everyone. We're gonna start the final day of the conference. Sorry. um, Today we have a really special guest at online, so we need to start on time. If you are in the outside, please just can you ask somebody outside? So just come in and then sit down, please. We're gonna have start now, and I will introduce our first moderator of the day, Camille.
All right, good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? Yee! Yeah, awesome. So my name is Camille. I am from Canada. I'm from Ingenium, Canada's Museums of Science and Innovation. I'm a short French-Canadian with brown hair and brown eyes. I'm wearing glasses today. I'm also wearing a blue blazer, green pants, and a beige shirt. I also happen to be a wheelchair user. I use a manual chair. She's carrying a lot of relics of travels around the world, of airport adventures. And today it is my honor to introduce you to our first guest presenter, Sinead Burke. So Sinead Burke is the CEO and founder of Tilting the Lens. She's an Irish writer, academic, disability activist. She's also a member of the Irish Council of State since 2019. The presentation she is giving us today is called Design for All. And here are many different ways in how we can welcome Sinead. So we can clap our hands to applaud, stomp our feet. We can also make some noise, or we can also sign applause in sign language, and I looked this up to make sure it was a universal symbol. So you basically bring both your hands to your ears and you rotate your wrists. So this means applause. So a round of applause and noise for Sinead Burke.
안녕하세요. Good morning. Thank you so much for the wonderful welcome to Korea and to this extraordinary conference. And thank you for that very generous introduction and description. I'm going to begin with a visual description of myself. I'm a white cisgendered woman who uses the pronouns she and her. I identify as queer and physically disabled. I'm a little person. I have dwarfism. I have brown shoulder-length hair, which, due to the fact that it is 1:30 a.m. in Ireland, is not behaving in the way in which I would like it to be. And I am wearing a silk shirt from Balenciaga that is black mainly with white polka dots and pink and purple flowers. And I'm sitting here in my home office just outside of Dublin in Ireland. I'm deeply disappointed that I can't be in Korea with you all, but I don't doubt that there has been huge stimulating conversations as part of the conference, and I feel very honoured to be one participant. I'm going to be sharing my screen. While doing so, I think it's important to mention that there will be hopefully time for questions, so should you have any, please don't hesitate to think of them, note them down should that be accessible for you, and I would love to learn more about your practice, your work, the challenges you're coming across, and the opportunities for us all to collaborate together to think about truly designing a cultural space for everyone. As was shared, my presentation today is going to be about design for all. But in order for us to think about the future, I think it's really important to acknowledge where we have come from and to acknowledge the fact that everybody, every country, and every region is on their own journey when it comes to disability and accessibility. I'm also mindful of the fact that due to being nervous and probably slightly over-caffeinated at this hour, I speak quite quickly naturally. Should this be inaccessible to you or to any of the translators or the interpreters, please do let me know. I can largely see the audience in the crowd, so whether it's accessible to you, wave hands frantically, but let me know if I need to slow down. But in terms of where I would like to begin, it is with this note that disabled people live in a world that is not designed for them. As shared earlier, I am a disabled queer woman, and I have a physical disability. Being a little person and standing at the height of around 105 centimeters tall, it has been very obvious to me for my whole life that I live in a world that is not designed for me. And in many ways, it is that lack of thoughtfulness and consideration within design that creates my disability and creates my friction within the world and allows me to feel like an other, different, and not able to equitably participate. If we think about designing for all and designing with all, what are the opportunities to truly create a sense of global belonging? And also, what is the creativity and innovation that might be possible by having all of those stakeholders at the table? I'm mindful that in the room there is a cacophony of experts. Many people will be incredibly familiar with this material and with this timeline and the notion of accessibility and designing for all. But others, this may be the first time while being at the conference that you have thought about these things. I'm also mindful that as a white cisgendered woman, I'm coming to this with hopefully an intersectional perspective, but also in terms of my own lived experience, that in and of itself is challenged in how intersectional it can be. I'm being mindful that whether you were in Korea or a French Canadian, that your own experience of this work is different, and I would love to discuss that and learn about how we can truly create a global and more equitable response. So in terms of today's conversation, I have 4 key pillars that I'd love to discuss. A baseline understanding, language of disability, being mindful again that that is regional and challenging in terms of how we engage globally. The current positioning of how we see design for all taking shape, particularly within the cultural landscape, and what does systemic change truly look like? When we think about accessibility and discuss it at a place like Seoul, one of the things that I often think is really interesting is the lack of shared understanding about what we mean when it comes to accessibility. Recently, I got to experience an amazing exhibition at MoPop, which is a museum of pop culture in Seattle. When you arrive, they asked if you had accessibility accommodations, and they provided a couple of different assets to support people in terms of being able to access the space. For those who are blind and low vision, they created a large print format of the labels, which is becoming more and more standard in museum and cultural spaces. But there was no understanding of the need of the experience of the individual who is blind and low vision. It was literally every label that existed within the exhibition in larger print, but no wayfinding, no guidance, no understanding that access has to be more than compliance or the minimum. So in terms of seeking a broader definition of accessibility, my team and I at Tilting the Lens have this working definition, and I would love to see what the challenges with it are. How do we break it apart and strengthen it? So we believe that accessibility is a continuous, iterative, and evolving practice. In the idea that what was accessible yesterday might not be accessible today, and that it's constantly evolving. I believe it's achieved through intentional, meaningful, and intersectional participation of people with lived experience of exclusion. That it must be key to each stage of a product, place, performance, or policy development from ideation all the way through to execution. I think what we're seeing in the cultural space is that accessibility is often something that happens at the end, rather than looking to it as a creative practice that can inform the process from the beginning. And I believe that solutions must be designed with disabled people to prioritize form and function, to lift us out of the notion of compliance being satisfactory. And that I believe that meaningful and deliberate accessibility builds inclusion, equity, agency, creativity, innovation, and pride. And the idea that what is accessible to a disabled person also has value to the non-disabled community. That isn't the rationale solely as to why we should do it, but the idea that designing for all is better for everyone. And when we think about the notion of designing for all, and that perspective of including people with lived experience of exclusion, it's important for us to be mindful of how privilege takes shape within that space. So in terms of a definition of privilege, and again, this is often different depending on where you are in the world, it can be described quite simply as having an advantage, the benefits that exist for some people that don't exist for others. We'll talk about this more in detail in time, but even here in Ireland, we're learning in terms of privilege, for example, that over 50% of those who describe themselves as Irish and African have asked for the requirement for their CVs and for the recruitment process to be anonymized. Because, as we will discuss in time, that when recruiters see a CV or an application that has a non traditional, historic Irish sounding name, we make decisions about that individual's capacity. That is true of disabled people. Often we assume they won't come to our exhibitions, we won't come to our spaces, or that we will make one signed tour, for example, available, or one audio described tour, not allowing for serendipity, not allowing for spontaneity, or just that equity of experience. So how do we keep in mind those ways in which we have been conditioned, the decisions we make, and how we challenge those day to day? And this brings up an important point about how we define disability. In our work, and to share, we're a global consultancy that's rooted in education, advocacy, and design. Often when we work with smaller or larger global organizations, when we think about self-identifying, if we think about trying to understand the diversity within our organization, many people we find don't feel disabled enough to self-identify as disabled. Many people's assumption around who is disabled is traditional from culture. It is potentially a male, white, wheelchair-using individual, whereas what we know is that disability is really broad. I like this definition from the World Health Organization, which talks about how the fact that disability results from interactions between individuals with a health condition, potentially such as cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, and depression, with personal and environmental factors, including negative attitudes, inaccessible transportation, and public buildings and access and limited social support. We're going to be talking about the models of disability in a moment, but I think what this definition compels us to do is to remove our understanding of disability as something that is the burden, the fault, and the responsibility of disabled people alone, and the reality that it is how we design the world in which it takes shape. And I think it's important to just take a moment and acknowledge what disability can be, whether it is us ourselves planning exhibitions and designing creative spaces and creative invitations for people to feel that they belong and can be included, but also being mindful that in the room in Korea, undoubtedly, there are very many disabled people. Some who feel a great sense of disability pride and can self-identify and feel like it's part of who they are, and others who may not even know that in terms of what they experience, it is a disability. My language around disability has even evolved recently. If you had asked me several months ago how I talked about disability, I would have talked about disability being visible and non-visible. But what we are learning from those who were previously described as having non-visible or invisible disabilities is the reality that not many disabilities are actually invisible. And that how do we ensure that we're not even creating a hierarchy of disability, prioritizing those who have visible disabilities than those who don't. So what we're seeing in terms of the language evolving globally is this notion and this acceptance of apparent or non-apparent disabilities. I would love to learn how this is taking shape in other regions and how the language is evolving or reversing or changing. But for me, it's important to acknowledge that disability can be physical, learning, sensory, mental health, mental illness, neurodiversity, disease, or chronic illness. So like that, if you experience anxiety, depending on where you are in the world and the local legislation, that can or can't be defined legally as disabled. But from a community perspective, we are seeing lots of people self-identifying as disabled because they feel that that is integral to who they are as a person and fundamental to their success and their community. But it is that idea that disability can be cancer. Disability can be, as we discussed, anxiety or dyslexia. It can be dwarfism, but it can also be a chronic illness like MS, or it can be long COVID. And that idea that in terms of disability being congenital, meaning you can be born with it, it can be accidental, meaning that you can acquire it in terms of your life, or it can be something that you inherit or acquire like an illness. But I think so often when we think about disability, we think of it as fixed. Those disabled people out there and us as non-disabled people. But the idea that for some, like me, their disability can be permanent, it can be intermittent. And when we're thinking about access in these spaces, somebody can come to the workplace today and not need any access accommodations, but tomorrow they might need some. How do we build in principles of flexibility within our process? And the idea too that it can be temporary or long-term. When we think about the historic definition of disability and where we've come from, again, this changes globally. It's eugenics, medical, charitable, social, and radical and/or justice. To bring you briefly through it, I think it's important that we think and talk about eugenics. The idea of the history of disability being outside of the norm of non-disabled people. We described people as fit and unfit, bodies that were useful and not useful. And in many ways, this still underpins disabled people's experience in society today. If we even look to the recent pandemic, my closest neighbour here in Ireland, in the UK, in the first wave of the pandemic, 6 out of 10 people who died of COVID-19 were disabled. If we even think about the language that we had when we talked about disability and talked about death in the pandemic, if a large group of people died, we asked, well, were they vulnerable? Did they have underlying conditions? As if it made it okay. We look at the impact of war in the world globally at the moment and the disabling of large numbers of people, children and adults, and how this is still very much a part of our society. If we even think about people who are currently pregnant and having children, often we hear this phrase, I just want my baby to be healthy. Even thinking about what that phrase means, for example, that idea that there is this global desire, that there is this underpinning notion that we don't want disabled children. And that is because of the infrastructure, that is because of society. Even as somebody who is very familiar with K-dramas and has watched a lot of them, so much of what the protagonist often experiences is either starting with a disability and the idea that through love and romance they can be healed. Which brings us on to the notion of the medical model, which is about trying to make the disabled person normal. It's about trying to solve for their difference to make them closer to non-disabled people, which I think is then how we got to the charitable model. Historically, what we have found in terms of governance is that in order to provide supports for disabled people, acknowledging that designs and systems are not set up for success, charities were created. And in many ways, that created a consciousness that disabled people need our sympathy. They need our help, not that they have rights and dignity and a requirement to access spaces. In many ways, this brought about the social model and the realization that we don't need to fix disabled people, we need to fix the environments. That instead of worrying how does a wheelchair user walk upstairs and coming up with a technological innovation, we challenge and redesign the stairs, and that has value for so many people. And then it's about coming to the radical model and the notion of justice, the idea that disability is something to be incredibly proud of. I wouldn't have the privilege of speaking to you today if I wasn't disabled. Not because that is the only reason as to why I was invited, but because it's fundamental to who I am. If I wasn't born disabled, I probably wouldn't be interested in fashion or access or culture or want and be mission driven to create that change. But the radical model centers disability in its language and reclaims it as something that is incredibly positive, even when there are bad days. And it's important we talk about those too. As we think about the language of disability, what we know in terms of language is that globally it differs. We are often seeing two theories of thought in terms of language, identity first and person first. From a disability community perspective, we are seeing a global growing consensus around the need for identity-first language. That as a disabled person, it is fundamental to who I am, a part of my identity, and something I am proud of. There are always exceptions to this. For example, globally, we are finding that those with learning disabilities or intellectual disabilities have a key preference to talking about themselves as a person with a disability using person-first language. But if we think globally, in France, for example, there isn't a word for disability in the French language. There is the historic word of handicapé or handicapped. I would be so pleased to learn if there's an evolution of that and be challenged on that. And if we think about the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they talk about disability as people of determination, fueled by their own cultural development and the attempts for bringing about inclusion within those spaces. Language is powerful. But often we can get so caught up in saying and doing the wrong thing that we often say nothing at all. But even as we think about, and I'm using specific English examples here, about how euphemisms and how disability takes shape in our day-to-day language, and how in many ways, even in our attempts to be inclusive, that can be othering for disabled people. In thinking about the work that you do, is there often a time when you would say, the curator's demands fell on deaf ears? Now, what we don't realize potentially that we're saying here is we're looking at deafness as a negative. And how do we transform that thinking and give an example instead, like the curator's demands were dismissed? Or if we think about the exhibition is about to open, the anxiety is crippling. Now, the anxiety may be crippling, but it may be just a very stressful moment. But again, we're using language of disability, and those who are and historically have crippled and maybe claim ownership of that language, we're seeing it as a negative, reminding non-disabled people that disability is something to be feared or ignored. Instead, saying the exhibition is about to open, the anxiety is overwhelming. And how do we take that time to transform our language? And this may seem like a big effort and a big lift, but I think for me, as a disabled woman, being able to include as many people as possible merely by changing my language and thinking about the invitations we offer to exhibitions, how we invite people into our spaces, that feels like a low lift for somebody else's true inclusion. But I think what's important to acknowledge is that while speaking today and talking about language more broadly, it's important that we create space for disabled people to acknowledge how they are most comfortable. What we know in terms of some disabled people, internalized ableism as a whole, but just even their journey in disability. Some may describe themselves as having special needs. Some may describe themselves as differently abled. Language which is being continuously challenged, but we have to create space for that individual choice. But as institutions, what is the most disability forward, disability prideful language that you can use to encourage the notion of psychological safety and that people are invited into those spaces? In terms of current positioning globally, I think it's important to acknowledge that 1 billion people live with some form of disability. It's about 15% of the population. Lots of this data comes from countrywide census, but what we know is that there is still a great stigma and fear of self-identifying as disabled. Even within organizations, when people are asked if they are disabled, there is a great fear in ticking that box. Again, speaking to the bias and the privilege that we talked about earlier, people are fearful that this will impact their roles and their jobs and other people's assumptions of them. What would this number be if people felt a sense of comfort and safety and pride should they wish to self-identify as disabled? But I think what's important to acknowledge is that 70% of disabled people acquire their disability in their lifetime. When we think about that 1 billion figure, we often have assumptions about what that means and what that looks like. If we think about sustainability, our aging planet, our aging generations, if we think about the intergenerational of families, I imagine many of you in the room are currently caring for parents, maybe grandparents, depending on your age group, who are experiencing disability in different ways due to age. This work impacts all of us. And when we think about representation within the space, I wanted to pull some quotes in terms of disabled people's experiences within cultural institutions overall. So in terms of a program, Curating for Change project that was undertaken, which is incredibly impressive, some people say, I'm the only disabled person in my museum, and I feel that. And the idea that while you want to be in the room and you want to be instigating change, it's important that we acknowledge that when disabled people are in the room, particularly from multiple marginalized backgrounds, often there is this enormous burden on them to create the systemic change without the resources, without the authority, without the leadership or the responsibility. And should things go wrong, it is their fault. Somebody else shares, no, I don't know of any deaf, disabled, or neurodivergent managers or leaders in my organization. And if there is, they don't speak openly about their condition, which isn't good for any organization and makes people think there isn't a place for them. Again, coming back to psychological safety. Someone else says, the rich and diverse history of deaf and disabled people is rarely exhibited in museums, with few objects in collections reflecting the history of disabled people. The result of this absence is that museum visitors remain in ignorance of a vital part of common heritage that features deaf and disabled people. Further investigation and extensive conversations with our museum partners highlighted the lack of deaf and disabled people working in museums. How can we create that openness? The psychological safety, but also in terms of what are we collecting? What are we pursuing? About 5 years ago, I had a mannequin made of my own body. It is now can be transformed and 3D printed to ensure that within fashion and cultural spaces, a mannequin exists of a person with dwarfism so that they can be included in exhibitions and feel seen. We need more of that incredibly innovative work. But in terms of the data, the employment rate of disabled people is 53%. compared to 82% of non-disabled people. Only 28% of arts venues overall and festivals regularly present or support the work by disabled artists, and only 13% involve disabled art professionals on selection panels and commissioning teams. Sometimes this is because people don't know where to find them. If I can help you and support you with supplier lists, please do let me know. And there is a limited knowledge of work by disabled artists. I imagine not in this room, and this is the work that you're undertaking and challenging and fighting against every day. But even as we think about it in terms of this global infrastructure, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, what we are finding is that people are largely saying that in terms of poor understanding, that's anywhere from 38% to 46%. How do we educate this collective of people who have unimaginable influence within the sector? Recently, I got to go to the Portland Museum of Art and meet Becky Emmerich, who's leading accessibility there. It was extraordinary to learn about her practice and her work despite being in a historic building that even has accessibility challenges in terms of disabled people entering. But what is the work that is taking place at community level, at grassroots level, supporting disabled people and disabled artists to have access to curators and exhibitors? But we all know that within institutions, even of itself, there is continuous challenges. But I'm genuinely inspired by the work that so many in the room in Korea are undertaking day to day. In terms of what does systemic change look like, I think it's about defining bias. As we talked about earlier in terms of what it looks like in the workplace, it's about the lower interview rate for candidates with foreign, in quotes, sounding names, making a judgment on someone's capacity based on their level of spoken English. We also know that if there is a gap on somebody's CV because they have been chronically ill or caregiving, we don't ever take a moment to ask those questions. We rarely ask somebody if they have any accessibility accommodations in terms of even applying for the job. Often it's assumed that that's only needed when they get the role. But the disabled person has no idea if their access accommodations can be fulfilled, whether that's an interpreter, whether that's assistive technology, and there's so many unknowns that leave disabled people feeling unease within that process. In terms of the levels of oppression, and we can go into this in more detail afterwards, that there is personal, cultural, institutional, and structural change that is really required in order to think about systemic change as a whole. But how I believe disability inclusion can be improved to start with, it is about auditing and identifying the change processes that support unconscious bias, support all employees to understand the challenges that disabled people experience and contribute to solutions, resource them, and implement them, strengthen the hiring pipeline by engaging with community groups, and create a mutually supportive community. But this is just one phase. What we know is that this isn't just about acquiring disabled talent within the organization, but retention, promotion, and ensuring that they again have the responsibility, that they have the authority and the resources to create that systemic change. And then as we think about reasonable accommodations, we know that these can ebb and flow over time, even being mindful that people, when they're in an organization, change in terms of their processes and how this needs to be a fundamental part. And overall, we need to question, what does reasonable really mean? And how do we ensure that the burden of reasonability doesn't just fall on the disabled person to prove what they need as a minimum, but to even challenge that idea that everybody should have access to meaningful accommodations. And as we talked about very briefly, intersectionality is key. When we have disability conversations, often they are incredibly white, and often they are focused through a lens of cisgendered and those of a Western Europe perspective. I'm mindful of the many biases that I hold within that dialogue, but it's important to be mindful that the disability community is not a monolith. And as we think about solutions, it's incredibly important that whether somebody is Muslim and disabled, whether somebody is queer and disabled, whether somebody is Korean and disabled or trans or disabled, or many of those identities, that they are centered at the heart of this work and this practice to create those better solutions. To leave you with two outputs. I don't doubt that this is the work that many of you are already undertaking, but I would urge you to create with disabled people, not for disabled people, and our assumptions about what is accessible needs to be continuously challenged by those with lived experience, with the long-term hope that they are in the position to make those decisions and to have the resources and authority to do so. And that last thing, that as we think about this work, to acknowledge that disability is not a negative word, and that we shouldn't try to, in our best attempts to include people, to unintentionally other them. I'm mindful that I am close to time, but I really want to create a moment for questions, should there be any, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
incredible. Thank you so much, Sinead, for your wonderful presentation. I think you captured so much, and as a queer disabled person myself, I felt extremely seen, and I think that was refreshing for the entire room to witness something like this. So I think we have some time for a couple of questions. The clock is not moving, so I actually have no idea. 10 minutes? Okay, perfect. So maybe I'll open up the floor, and if people are feeling shy this morning, that's okay. I can take us away. I think Hannah in the back here has a question.
Hi, Sinead. I'm Hannah Thompson from the Sensational Museum Project. I was really pleased to see you quoting Curating for Change, who are one of the partners on my project. I think they're doing a really amazing work. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about your work with Tilting the Lens, what it is you guys do, and maybe some more of the kind of interesting projects you've been working on.
Sure. Absolutely. I didn't want to take this moment at 1 a.m. or at 9:30 your time to be doing a pitch, but now that you've asked the question, I will tell you a little bit about the work. So Tilting the Lens is a consultancy run by an all-disabled team that has been existing for the past 3 years. Our team are based in Dublin, Belfast, London, Glasgow, and Berlin, but we have an international footprint in terms of the work that we do. As I shared briefly earlier, our kind of core principles are education, advocacy, and design. But fundamentally, we work with disabled people to create short and long-term solutions to build systemic change within organizations. Some of the work that we've been incredibly proud to do. In May 2023 of this year, British Vogue announced a new issue of Vogue called Reframing Fashion, which had 5 covers with disabled people all on the covers, 19 disabled people inside, all of the articles, and with the disabled people written by disabled journalists. Also a commitment that that was the first issue that British Vogue made available in physical braille. Every video was audio described, and every image had what I describe as alt text is poetry inspired by the work of Shannon Finnegan, who now goes by Finn, and does amazing work with Brianna Coakley. My team were the consulting editors on that issue from start to finish, and I think some of the work that was really illuminating was the idea of having disabled people in Vogue is one thing, but actually what's the change that's needed in order to ensure that that can be intersectional and institutional. So for example, we reviewed and audited every single studio in London to have an understanding what meaningful access would look like. So not just are you compliant with Code M and the building regulation, but what does it look like in terms of accessible transportation to be able to get to that venue? What does it mean from the moment you arrive on the curbside to being able to get to set? Is there a quiet room? Is there a space for neurodivergent people to be able to stim? Is there accessible furniture for people to be able to access hair and makeup? What does it mean for the production and the crew to also be disabled, and how can we set them up for success? We could only access 2 studios in London in the totality of those that exist based on that criteria. Both of them were booked, and we had to negotiate access to be able to get that set for those 3 days. I think that is the work that, if you have lived experience at the very heart, that I think it becomes truly just much more transformative. But to share, we have done trainings and education sessions with museums in different parts of the world in terms of the culture, and just learning about how do we move from the minimum standards like that. What does touch tours look like? What do tactile maps look like? What does 3D printing, and how can that be engaged to ensure that those who are blind or low vision or neurodivergent have sensory engagements with those spaces? But also, what does it look like for disabled people to be curators? I think we've had lots of exhibitions within this space around design and accessible design. I think largely lots of them have been framed from a non-disabled perspective. They have been framed either from a medical innovation, or what does it mean for veterans in this space? And I think that there is truly an opportunity as we move forward to think about what does this mean. I do think that museum and cultural institutions, as we've discussed with many of them, have big challenges to answer, particularly in Western Europe, where so many of them are in historically inaccessible buildings. If we think about the Met, if we think about the V&A, if we think about others which are beautiful, but they often are symbols in and of themselves sometimes when disabled people have to come around the back by the bins. rather than the front entrance by everybody else. And what does that mean in terms of an open invitation for people to be included? And that requires stakeholder engagement with governments and with others. But in terms of the work that we do, it's about people, places, products and promotions, which sounds quite wide, but in terms of it is a strategy organization that supports people to have disabled people at the heart of their practices in whatever way we can do in terms of the immediate and the long term.
Thank you so much for that wonderful answer. We have another question from Amparo.
Hi, Sinead. We met in Heilbronn last summer.
Yes.
And I always learn a lot from you. And today I would like to ask you, can you develop a little bit more on designing with? In my practice, I try to work a lot with collaboration with integrity. That's how we call it. And yesterday we were talking a lot about this compensation, and it's not only picking people's brain and, oh, please help us and be our consultants, but there's a lot of integrity, and I would like you to hear from you what it means for you and your team to collaborate with integrity when we say, oh, let's design with. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and lovely to see you again. I think we were at a science conference in Germany. It was my first time to be there. But in terms of that notion, I really think that's how we move from inclusive design to co-design. So I do think it's important, and that as a baseline standard, that when we are asking people for their lived experience, which is expertise, in the same way that I think we wouldn't imagine asking an electrician or a plumber to come to our museum or to come to our space and to fix something and go, thank you so much, goodbye now. Like, it would be audacious for us to consider that they wouldn't be paid for their labor. Lived experience is expertise. And I think we have to be very clear in terms of how we classify it. And I think that has to be paid for. What I would say, what's also important to acknowledge is that how disability systems are set up globally, we need flexibility for. For example, if you're in the United States of America, if you are a disabled person who is accessing Medicare and healthcare, you cannot have more than $2,000 in your checking account, or you are removed from accessing benefits. So as somebody in a cultural institution, if you want to pay people for their work, you may have to have a difficult but nuanced and important conversation about how that payment is received. You may have to be open to paying it in installments. So it's not as easy for cultural institutions to say, great, here's your monies, brilliant. You actually may be creating more harm because of the systems that exist by having only one way to engage. But what I would say the difference between inclusive design and co-design is power. It's not just about money, it's about power. That as non-disabled people, even with good intentions and with integrity, to your point, that if nobody else, like, why can't they be a co-curator? Why can't they be credited explicitly? Should it be safe for them to do so within the book? Why are they not valued as a contributor? Why are they not continuously part of also progressing their careers? If we are only ever extracting insights from those with lived experience to better our careers, that is deeply problematic in terms of how systems change. So in terms of that evolution of process, how are you investing in the growing power of that community? And I don't mean that within a capitalistic or Machiavellian definition of power, but the idea that if the only entity that is benefiting is the system and the curators and the exhibition within itself, then that's not progress, not true intersectional justice-based progress. And I think, to your point, it's about designing with, it's about having people at the table as stakeholders, that when you are reporting to senior management, they should be in the room also. How are you making sure that reasonable accommodations is kind of built into the very embeddedness of the process? But if they are only ever people that, to your point, you ask questions of and write notes and then improve the process, it should be iterative and ideation. I think a good part of this also, and sometimes what happens is we bring people in at the start, we take their ideas, great, and there's no communication or feedback loop. How are they integral to every stage of the process and valued as participants in the way in which you value the people who design and put up your exhibitions, right? They have to be a key stakeholder and treated as such with enormous respect.
All right, I think we have about 45 seconds left. So I'm gonna help us wrap this up here. And I think that what we all got from your talk, Sinead, is that, you know, people with disabilities are here. We exist and we're not going anywhere. And if anything, we're growing. Our community is growing. And I think that it's important as museum professionals to think of accessibility in that sense, in a way that we can leave evidence that we have existed and that we exist and will continue to exist. And I think that we like to think as accessibility as a radical act, which it is, but it's also an act of love, and it's an act of liberation for so many individuals. And to build with access in mind, even when we think that access isn't going to be needed, it is going to be needed.
Absolutely.
And
if I could just add one point to
please.
finish, to build on that, I think it's also about putting this as part of our strategic priorities within leadership. That if the only people who are caring about, responsible for, or have a budget for access is the accessibility team, that's not long-term systemic success. We should be asking our governors, we should be asking the people who are on the board, our CEOs, to be reporting on accessibility in the way in which we are sometimes doing with sustainability, acknowledging that those two things often conflict. We should also be measuring and budgeting. If there isn't a line item for accessibility as part of every exhibition and activity, it is going to be a cost and not an investment. What I would say is that I'm mindful in terms of access reasons. Probably the most extroverted in the room got to ask a question. If you would like to ask a question that we didn't get to today, please email me. My email is accessibility@tiltingthelens.com, which, reading it out like that is not the most accessible way to do it. But hopefully in terms of the team as a whole, they can share those contact details. But also if you have examples of best practice. The only way this succeeds is about sharing this work too, and I would love to learn from you. But thank you so much for the welcome. I'm mindful you have a very busy day, and I don't want to take up too much space.
Thank you so much, Sinead. And I think let's do one more round of appreciation. Let's do it.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to bed.
Thank you.
Okay, I really expected she's coming to Korea, but she's so busy. She had a pre-appointment with the other, so we had to meet in the online. But I think you got like so deep inspiration for whole conference. Thinking about the whole conference. So let's start the morning session. Okay, I will introduce our new moderator, Jessica. Come, welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. Is it working? Yeah. So I'm Jessica again. I'm a white Brazilian woman, short, brown hair, brown eyes, glasses, and without taking a lot of minutes, I'll start calling Jacob Jensen from the Danish Museum of Science and Technology to give us the presentation number 45. The open house making museums accessible and inclusive based on transdisciplinary practices.
Good morning, everyone. As you probably know by now, I'm Jacob from the Danish Museum of Science and Technology. I'm a white man, around 180 high. I still think I can say that I'm fairly young. I'm in my mid-30s, have no hair, red beard and glasses, and today I'm wearing a navy overshirt and some beige pants. I want to start by thanking you all for some very inspiring days, very reflective days, and for me personally, also very emotional days. I hope I will get through this presentation. I am nervous, but to be honest, I'm also very emotional, also after listening to Sinead, so everything is turning inside me, just not because I'm nervous. But today I would like to address accessibility and inclusion from a gender perspective and talk about how we can transform our institutions to reflect the diversity of our societies through transdisciplinary practices. I will use this opportunity to speak to you today to reflect on practices and challenges in my own institution, but also how we as a sector need to take a critical view of what we do, how we work, and with whom we do it. This is done with a deep love for museums in their many shapes and sizes. So the Danish Museum of Science and Technology has the national responsibility to deal with the technological and industrial development of Denmark. The museum was founded in 1911 and has approximately 60,000 annual visitors and a collection of 30,000 objects. Even though the collection is fantastic, there are several blind spots which affects the museum's ability to create new content and knowledge today, something I will touch upon in my presentation. The highlights in the collections are the Soyuz space capsule that brought the first Danish astronaut, Andreas Mogensen, into space in 2015. And the compass that the Danish physicist Hans Christian Ørsted used in 1820 when he discovered electromagnetism, a key discovery that led to the development of our modern electrified and digital societies. And the first car in Denmark from 1888, which was made by Urban Johansen, and the car can actually still drive, making it the world's oldest functioning car. These three objects are our usual go-to examples when we talk about the museum to people who don't know about it. But by highlighting these three objects, we are also highlighting three white men, all of them with a background in science, engineering, and technology, and thus reproducing the dominant narrative about science museums exhibiting mainly stories and objects related to inventions and discoveries made by white men from the global north. And why is this a problem? The great Danish author Karen Blixen has said, "God created man before women. It's like when I write, first I make a draft." Not everything which is good in this world was created by men, white men. We can learn a lot by opening our eyes and by including other stories and perspectives in our activities, and thus make the museum interesting and relevant for people who don't see the museum as something for them today. We're in the process of developing a new museum where we're moving from the existing museum, which is located north of Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, into Copenhagen, where it will be placed in one of the most iconic industrial buildings in the city, the Svanemølle power plant. As part of the relocation of the museum, we are rethinking what it means to be a science museum today. This involves challenging all aspects of the museum, how we work and what we do. We're using the existing museum as a laboratory for experimenting with new practices, formats, and approaches across our organization, from collection policies, collection management, archives, exhibitions, educational and public programs, research, business models, and communication. The thoughts and work I will present today are part of this experimental process. One of the main strengths in our mindset about the new museum is what we call the open house. This means a museum not just in the traditional understanding of what a museum is, but a place with room for and openness to ideas, initiatives, and new ways of using the museum. We want workshop spaces and maker spaces to be a stage and a forum for public meetings, for discussion on the role of science and technology in our society, such as the ethical perspectives in using new technologies such as artificial intelligence in our lives. We want to be a venue for events and a place which can be used in various ways by diverse audiences. We want a museum which is just as much about today and tomorrow as it is about yesterday. a place with a firm eye on the future, where we together with citizens with diverse backgrounds create new visions for a better future. But how do we ensure that citizens with different backgrounds across age, gender, physical and mental disabilities, education, spirituality, ethnicity, and sexuality have a feeling of wanting to contribute and participate in the activities at the museum, that they feel the museum is relevant, welcoming, and an attractive institution to visit and to use? At the moment, there is a minority of male users at the museum, roughly around 55% men and 45% women. If we look at all museums in Denmark, this is not necessarily a bad thing, as women make up the vast majority of visitors in Danish museums, making up 63% of all visitors to museum in Denmark. So even though the museum is at the moment relevant for a group of people who are underrepresented at other museums in Denmark, we still need to transform our institution to be relevant for other citizens than mainly middle-aged white men, and of course families as well that make up a big portion of our visitors. But why do we need to change? We have an ambition to be a museum for discussions and reflections about what role technologies should play in our lives, something which is affecting everyone. So if we want to be a serious platform for creating new knowledge, experiences, and visions for how to use technologies and science in our society, and where we don't want technologies to replace humans, we need to be relevant for a wide selection of diverse citizens with different backgrounds. This cannot be solved by simply creating new exhibitions, activities, events, or other inclusion projects. This calls for a new mindset, where we are questioning practice which is closely linked to the DNA of the museum, the way we perceive ourselves, our collection, and museological practice. Typically, marginalized groups have been identified of the basis of ethnicity, gender, sexuality, age, disabilities, and so on, without critically analyzing the complexity that naturally exists within these groups. Despite the fact that museums have run thousands of inclusion projects targeting marginalized groups or citizens who identify in opposition to the majority, these have not been enough to create significant changes in the practice of museums, the structure of museums, and who uses museums. While many of these projects are fantastic and give people who wouldn't have come to our museums on their own a sense that the museum can be for them too, our focus on inclusion hasn't created the changes in our institutions that we would have liked. But what does it take if we genuinely want to be relevant to a wider diversity of people across gender, age, ethnicity, sexuality, and educational background? The authors of the book, Queering the Museum, by Nikki Sullivan and Craig Middleton, the latter we are very fortunate to have at this conference, and a book that I can highly recommend, say, for us, this entails moving beyond when and where appropriate inclusion to a querying of contemporary museum practices, the often invisible assumptions that underpin them and the effects they produce. A statement that I'm sure that Craig would elaborate on later today in his presentation. But this statement calls for a revision of all aspects of what we do and how we do it. And we must start with ourselves. We who work in the museums and in many ways constitute what museums are. As museum professionals, our practices are developed and influenced by our institutional ways of knowing, doing, and being. Reproducing this institutional way of knowing, doing, and being is not necessarily intentional or conscious, but rather a result of our habits, as the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu would say. It becomes natural to us, and we reproduce and embed knowledge systems without realizing it. This is among other things about our taxonomy and our registration systems, which I will touch upon later. However, this doesn't mean that change doesn't happen, but many projects end up being superficial, scratching the surface, but substantial changes that are needed if we are to become relevant to a broader range of people don't happen. And why not? As museum professionals, when we venture into the uncharted waters, we get a sense of feeling wrong, unprofessional, different, too brave, almost launching a frontal attack on the way we have developed and run museums for more than 200 years. We need to stop being hard on ourselves and instead start to celebrate the failures that are needed as part of the transformation that we need to see happen. In the past, many museum professionals have seen themselves as neutral, impartially viewing objects based on their historical accuracy, significance, importance, scientific facts, and aesthetic quality. But we all know that our collection of objects, classifying, curating, and so on, is far from neutral and full of blind spots. This position in our museological practice, where facts and knowledge exist in their own right, and it is the role of the curator to share these neutral facts objectively, is problematic when we want to be relevant to a wider range of people, as these neutral facts often do not relate to the diversity and the complexity that characterizes society, both today and in the past. George Orwell wrote in his now famous book 1984 that those who control the present control the past, and those who control the past control the future. We have immense power when we make decisions on what stories to preserve for the future and what stories not to preserve, and thus defining what is important cultural heritage that defined us as a people and a nation, and what is not important. And we are not neutral when we make these decisions. Feminist theory have been challenging this claim of neutrality for many years, taking issue with our power to see and turn a blind eye, to create representation and at the same time escape creating real representation. Knowledge is always situated and our view is always biased. This notion of object as having value in itself and the role of the curator as the one who provides accurate and objective classifications and communicates object is challenged by the French philosopher Bruno Latour. He believed that we need to move away from perceiving object as matter of fact to matter of concern. By this he means that we need to move away from focusing on what objects mean and instead focus on what they do, how, and why. For Latour, objects are much more interesting, uncertain, complicated, risky, and so on than we realize. And the interesting things about objects is their ability to create collections. So what does this mean in practice? One place to start is to let go of our self-proclaimed right to interpret and disseminate objects and stories, and to invite dialogues, conversations, co-investigations, and new perspectives on the objects. Let me talk about what this could look like for museums by showing some examples from the museum where I work. How can we work more diversely with our collections? One argument that is heard repeatedly is that we say we don't have objects that reflect the stories of, for example, women inventors. At the Danish Museum of Science and Technology, we have a hard time exhibiting women inventors and scientists, as we have nothing in our collections, or at least very little. Therefore, there is no doubt we also need to address what we have in our collection. And is there a gender bias in our collection? Yes, I dare say so. For example, we have a large group of items in our collections related to the keyword shaving. In fact, we have 125 items covering electric razors, scrapers, razors, and like used by men. And actually, we have one women's shaving razor. So at least we have one item out of 125 that can be linked to, for example, women shaving their legs. This is not just a problem in my museum where I work. In the collections of all museums in Denmark, there are more than 700 objects on shaving in the collections of the museums, and only 10 of these 700 can be directly linked to women. If we look at the people behind our invention, it is fair to say that we have a bias in favor of male inventors and scientists. There are several reasons for this, including the fact that over the years we have been offered collections from men who have been interested in safeguarding their history. However, the museum itself has also historically focused primarily on male inventors and scientists when collecting objects for the collection. But don't we have anything about female inventors and scientists in our collections? Fortunately, a little bit. In fact, it turns out we have a typewriter that belonged to Inge Lehmann, who became famous for her discovery that the Earth's inner core is solid and not liquid. Unfortunately, all we can say is that this typewriter belonged to her, but not if she used this typewriter to produce her groundbreaking articles on the inner core of the Earth. It also turns out that we have the equipment that Marie Hammer used to study moss mites, which helped prove the theory that the Earth continents was once united into one large megacontinent. And so why do we have her equipment? Fortunately, she was aware of her own achievements and approached the museum herself to offer her equipment, which the museum thankfully accepted. But it is not as the museum had already been looking in her direction and considering collecting her equipment from her, despite her great discovery. The museum has a fine collection of aeroplanes and a number of archives that document the stories of the heroes of the air, the men and women who were brave enough to take the plunge and fly in machines that were little more than stick firewood. One of the all-time greats is Emilie Sandum, who was Denmark's first female pilot, skydiver, and stuntwoman. Unfortunately, nothing has been saved from her in our collection. Fortunately, there are a number of her films that exist, but that's all. But it's not just about what we have in our collections or don't have, but also how our collections are cataloged. In our registration systems, we as museum staff define the value and meaning of objects. Our registration database is not just where we find and store knowledge about our objects. The database is our collection. When we look at our registrations at the Danish Museums of Science and Technology, there has been a practice for more than 100 years of emphasizing the technical facts about the objects. Very rarely is there anything about the actual history of use, and if there is a donor, it's just a name, without being able to find more information about the donor. We need to ask ourselves, what do we know about what we know about our collections? How was this knowledge created and by whom? It is not about rejecting facts and saying that all knowledge is equally good and important, but rather examining and analyzing how truths are created and communicated, how some norms, values, and behavior are perceived as normal and thus perceived as common sense, while others are marginalized, made illegitimate, and silenced. We must dare to challenge our museological practice and its blind spots, which has become so natural and unavoidable that they have become almost invisible to us. Our practice is a science that can and must be challenged, critically analyzed, and renegotiated. Museums are important. They show us ways to orientate ourselves in the world, give us opportunities to learn and reflect, show us new paths to pursue, and share narratives, all of which help to develop our identity. Therefore, it is problematic that our task of collecting, preserving, researching, and disseminating our shared cultural heritage is filled with blind spots that simply deprive certain people of the right to their history and identity. Let me end with this quote from the Nigerian author Chinamanda Ngozi Adichie. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispossess and to malign. But stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair the broken dignity. I'm inviting all of you to be my critical friend, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Jacob. So we move to the next presentation from Kate Takarabi from Chubu University, Smithsonian Institution. The presentation is how could science museums tackle the gender issues such as the underrepresentation and gendered innovations.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm Kai Takarabe. I'm a woman. Usually, I live in Nagoya, at the center of the main island, and not Tokyo, not Kyoto. And I usually wear a pants and athletic shoes. Okay. So let's get started. This research examines the approaches taken by several museums as well as through my explorations, such as translation of Rhonda Schievinger's Nature's Body, Research Associate of the Smithsonian, and creating East Asian Network of Gender and Science, including Leilin Thai, Taiwan, and tries to find the solution to the gender issues. Underrepresentation and visualization of the invisible. Women scientists have long been underrepresented in the history of science and in museums. Encouragingly, recent storytelling such as the achievement of women scientists offers a welcome corrective. Case 1-1. National Museum of Nature and Science in Japan exhibited Challenges of Nadeshikos in 2008 as one of Japanese scientists and engineers exhibition series. This special exhibition introduces the lives and achievement of 6 pioneering women scientists and engineers. Eventually, these 6 women and 15 men were featured in the permanent exhibition, Great Persons of Science and Technology. Their portrait reliefs were displayed in the escalator hall. While creating the exhibition, curators were unfamiliar with women in science. Therefore, the museum asked a leading gender studies scholar from the Institute for Gender Studies for academic cooperation. This institute and others were credited in the brochure. After the exhibition, the scholar, my acquaintance, informed me about a women museum clerk. This women clerk was involved in creating the exhibition. I tried to interview her practices related to the exhibition in vain. I was unable to follow her curatorial work anymore. This meant that her work was invisible. 1-2. The head investigator of the technological innovation in Japan, collecting experiences and establishing Knowledge Foundation project, was the National Museum of Nature and Science curator. I was a member of this project. Most members, except me, did not pay attention to women's contributions. Therefore, I introduced the Lemonson Center's program, mentioned later, and discussed how it would be important to collect untold stories on women in science, fill the gap in the history of science, and share the history with the public in science museums. 1-3. Tamarok, the kind of small local science center in Japan, created the mini exhibition Science Bookshelf 2, Science and Woman, in the fall of 2021. Considering the gender gap, the creator Tomoko Hara, senior researcher in public relations group, launched it to observe the gender gap. 1.4. The framework held the prototypes for the Women of NASA set was proposed by a science writer and Lego enthusiast Maria Weinstock in 2016. After Lego accepted her proposal, she helped designers create the final set for commercial sale. Weinstock donated the prototype to the museum in 2018. 2. Correcting and documenting the lacunae. Re-examining the existing data is important to create new perspectives. 2.1. The Smithsonian Institution in the US has researched women in science and has exhibited the results extensively. The staff of the new Smithsonian American Women's History Museum are currently working on creating their first digital exhibitions. The Smithsonian created a Spanish-English bilingual exhibit to celebrate the centennial Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute in Panama. Women were fighting their right. A panel says, times have changed and it is committed to ensuring an inclusive, diverse, equitable, and accessible workplace where all people feel welcome. 2.2. The Smithsonian affirms the values of inclusion and diversity. Through its fellowship program, the Lemerson Center encourages research proposals that illuminate inventors from diverse backgrounds or any inventions and technologies associated with underrepresented groups such as women, minorities, LGBTQ, and the disabled. 2.3. The exhibition of natural history was held by a famous doctor and naturalist in Kyoto, Japan during the Edo period. Hekiseki, it means calculus stone, ikkai, it means a lamp, written in 1847, appears in the catalog. It identifies the exhibitor as Emma Geneki, doctor naturalist, and the writer as Emma Saiko. First, I expected her to make just a fair copy of this manuscript about the case of a female patient of her nephew Geneki. Examining the archival materials, Hekiseki Ikkai was written by Saiko and proofread by a Dr. Kandaryuke. Her courage in her hometown area. Saiko was not a professional scientist but participated in the margins of natural history. Her talent in Chinese poems and paintings enabled her to participate in poetry circles, where she gradually established friendly relationships with doctors and acquired her scientific knowledge. 2.4. To carry out the collective and comparative analysis, I used archival materials such as meteorological records arranged by the Smithsonian clerk George H. Wilmer in 1876. Over 100 women observers were collected. By being searched and extracted women-related terms included Mrs., Miss, wife, daughter, female institute, seminary, Anna, Celestia, Maggie, and Mary. I uncovered the geographical, historical, and institutional dimensions of women meteorological observers at the Smithsonian Institution and compensated for the lack of women's dimension in the history of meteorology. 3. Creating scientific knowledge at museums. Gender stereotypes and gendered innovation are examined. 3.1. Miraikan, the National Museum of Emerging Science and Innovation in Japan, held an event on science and gender stereotypes, how to create science of the future last year. Sakiko Tanaka, a science communicator and expert on inclusive education, conducted this event and displayed subtitles using a voice recognition subtitle application. This event explored past cases together with 3 guest speakers, the cognitive psychology specialist, the historian, and the history of science. The speakers then thought about how we are not free from cognitive biases and stereotypes, and therefore how we should face future scientific and technological research and the result. The exhibition at Miraikan may have been affected by gender stereotypes. Miraikan encourages participants to explore the exhibition floor before or after the event. If they found something like, oh, this might be it, they should inform Miraikan on how to use it in future exhibitions. 3.2. National Taiwan Science Education Center created a permanent exhibition, Design Our World, using technology and gender-based innovation. Through this exhibition of women's stories, gendered creative thinking and design challenges, the audience reflects on previous overlooked perspectives to bring equal and sustainable innovation to the world. The exhibition was first launched as a special exhibition. Owing to its popularity and success, it has become a long-standing exhibition. In 2018, the center asked an outside exhibition specialist team to help design the entire exhibition, including asking for Professor Leland Tsai's help to authorize and review exhibition text. From the beginning, Tsai's team was and continues to be the co-sponsorship of the exhibition. Conclusion. The approaches of US and East Asian regions were explored. Japan, Korea, and Taiwan share the similar gender situation. Japan, 125th out of 146. However, don't our strategies confirm rather than attenuate the marginalization of such groups as they continue to be seen as peripheral to mainstream society and culture? This is a difficult question to answer. We should continue to explore the better way to solve the gender issue. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Kay. So the next presentation is from Heba Alders, from the Minister of Tourism and Antiques from the Ocean Museum in Egypt. Her presentation is about enhancing museum social accessibility for refugees, challenges and opportunities in Egyptian museums. Thank you, Heba.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heba Alders. I am 33 years old woman. It doesn't look like 33, but I'm 33. And I'm wearing hijab, black jacket, almost 160 centimeter. Today I'm speaking about enhancing the social accessibility for refugees in the Egyptian Museum. I'm talking about the challenges and opportunities, and I am showing you some examples. Thank you. Let's start. So, there is an exponential growth in the refugee population around the world, and this population faces disconnection from their social bonds and struggles to establish a sense of belonging in new homes. Refugees share challenges such as displacement, isolation, and economic disadvantages. ICOM declared this year the theme for the International Museum Day is Museum Sustainability and Well-being. and stated that museums are a key contributors to the well-being and to the sustainable development of our communities. So museums positively impact refugees' well-being by enhancing self-esteem, combating isolation, and providing learning and socializing opportunities. So museums foster empowerment and also competence and promote engagement. Additionally, museums may help to bridge the gap between the residents and the newcomers, fostering trust and in identifying shared values. Migrants or refugees, meanwhile, can promote museums to re-evaluate notions of belonging, heritage, social and environmental change. Also, as a new members of our communities, refugees have unique needs, not least preserving their history, culture, while adopting in their new homes. So, over the last decades, Egypt's refugee population have been increased. According to the UN Refugee Agency last month statistic report, Egypt hosts some 374,725 registered asylum seekers and refugees from 59 countries. And the number is still increasing. Unfortunately, our neighbors Sudan have war, and now we have more refugees. And in the last decades, Egyptian museum has grown a post-colonial past into institutions oriented towards local communities. Nevertheless, refugees, which now become a part of our community, not yet to be fully addressed in our museums. According to a questionnaire made for 20 museum professionals from different kind of museums all over of Egypt, Egyptian museum and refugees both face many obstacles to engagement, such as funding, programming appropriate to refugees' audience, language barriers, and the ability to fully understand historical and artistic concepts represented in museums. This communication issue hinders their comprehension and engagement with the museum's offerings. Difference is historical and artistic sustainability is also complex. Complex security permits and approvals, staff training in cultural and physiological competence is lacking. So the museum professionals who participated in my questionnaire recommended implementing the following strategies and working on it when we have the chance and the opportunity, of course, and the fund. So the museum can take meaningful steps toward making their collection, exhibition, and program more accessible, inclusive, engaging for refugees with the following. So the first step is developing specialized programs and activities tailored to the needs and interests of the refugees community, such as workshops, guided tours, storytelling sessions, and interactive exhibitions. Additionally, designing exhibition and programs that highlight the historical cultural relationships between Egypt and the cultural represented by the refugees. This may foster a sense of connection and belonging to this community. Also, organizing events that celebrate refugees and acknowledge their experiences and contribution. This can also enhance their engagement with the museum. But when we treat them as stakeholders and engaging them while planning this event. Finally, art and community exhibition play a crucial role in fostering harmony and understanding among diverse community by creating a shared spaces for dialogue and appreciation of different cultures. Partnership, this can be done, of course, with the partnership with refugee organization to help us better understand the specific needs and interests of these groups. Also, cultural competency training for staff is crucial for equipping them with the knowledge and skills to engage respectively and effectively with the diverse refugee communities. This training can foster understanding, empathy, and sensitivity towards cultural differences. This is essential to consider physiological state of the program participants throughout the entire activity, ensuring their comfort and well-being. We treating them as normal people like us, but they have backgrounds different and they need special treatment, they have special needs. So also, we need multiple language signage interpretation to help to overcome the language and interpretation issues. Lastly, free or discount admission also may be needed. It's needed, so, but we cannot do it it's government issue. So in the recent years, Egyptian and professional Egyptian museum professionals have taken steps to engage refugees. So the heritage environment to protect what matters and bring us together, it's the latest refugee-oriented event. It was organized by me with the help and support of the Director General of the Children's Center of Civilization and Creativity, Cairo, and it took place at the Child Museum and the Science Center. It aimed to promote social accessibility for refugees, children, and to create opportunities of cultural exchange, education, community engagement. The workshop targeted 20 Egyptian and refugee children from Sudan, Yemen, and Syria, from 8 to 15, but we had younger participants, and also the mothers of the children actively participated in this workshop. So in the beginning, the program started with a presentation about what is heritage, showing cases example from the participant country, from Yemen and Sudan and Syria and Egypt. The children were encouraged to take pride in their cultural identities. And we wanted them to feel like they are accepted as they are. They are coming from different backgrounds and different culture, but this is okay, we don't want to change them. And also we discussed with them how they can, from another place, they help to save or raise the awareness of their endangered culture. Also, the mother's children shared insights about intangible heritage and way to preserve it from a distance was explored, as I said. Also, for this reason, the children visited the zone dedicated to saving Nubian monuments and watched video about the successful campaign, hands-on experience dismantling and reconstruction the Abu Simbel temple. Also, the second part of the workshop was in the Science Center. So, focusing on ecological balance, pollution, methods to reducing it, the children participated in material reuse activities, fostering understanding of environmental issue and responsibility. Wanted to tell them that protecting the environment is their responsibility whenever they are, not only in their country. Whatever they will do, it will go back to them. So it is anticipated to see that through this work toward inclusion and social accessibility, the children were more actively participating in cultural educational activities while feeling welcomed and accepted. And also, we raised the awareness of their parents, how important to focus on this issue. I know they have responsibilities, they working, but they have to ensure that they understand that to keep the children, their identity of the children. All of the children was speaking Egyptian Arabic. But this is not accepted. They are not Egyptian. They have their own identity. We don't want to erase this identity. So, there is no time to show you the video. The children was playing around. So, in conclusion, I want to say refugees is an integral member of our society, and they deserve the opportunity to access, engage in the social and cultural activities, and feel proud of their origin. Yet, they encounter obstacles in doing so, but museums of all type can play a role in surmounting these barriers and make like a partnership, different programs. And in Egypt, museum can enhance this social responsibility by making this social accessibility, by making their exhibits and facilities more inclusive. This requires proactive measures to ensure the interpretation services, culturally sensitive programming, and welcoming and inclusive spaces that reflect the visitor's diverse background. Our dream, and it's your dream, I think too, that museum will relate and welcome everyone. The path toward inclusivity is still long, but we are seeking knowledge and processing towards this goal. A friend of mine told me once that we all might wake up one day and find ourselves refugees. But if this happened, I would like to have a place that give me back and remind me of my identity and accept me as I am. So, and I wouldn't do this work without the workshop, without the support of Dr. Osama Abdulwaris and my colleagues in the Child and Syrian Center, and also my dear friend Noura, and a mother of the Syrian mother. She shared with me how to do the workshop also. Differences? Thank you. 감사합니다.
Great, thank you, Heba. Well, let's go to our last presentation of this part, accessibility of museums in South Africa during the transition to democracy. Who is online with us is Professor Sydney Netshakuma from the University of Cape Town.
I'm Dr. Sydney Netshakuma from University of Cape Town. My topic is on accessibility of museums in South Africa during the transition from apartheid to democracy. Museum is one of the aspects which contributed to the transformation of South Africa. Reason being that it's a social, cultural, economic transformation. So there are a number of legislation contributed for the transformation of museums. This includes the Cultural Institution Act 29 of 1969, which was enacted during the apartheid period. So the act ensured that black, white, colored Indians are separated in terms of their heritage development. But this act was amended in 1998 through the Cultural Institution Act 119. Furthermore, there was a Copyright Act of 1978, which promotes copyright of indigenous people. And the most important legislations enacted during democracy is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 108 of 1996. It promotes heritage of all sectors in South Africa. And also there is this act known as the Public Finance Management Act, number 1 of 1999, which promote effective, efficient, and economic finance administration for all heritage assets. And it's also important to protect personal information with regard to the heritage through the Protection of Personal Information Act number 4 of 2013. So museum require the participatory of museum from all sectors. This require that all people, irrespective of color, black, white, colored, Indian, to participate in museum development, because South Africa is a rainbow nation which embraces diversity. And the museum required decolonizing in such a way that there was a need to reinterpret, analyze a museum in order to fit to the new diversity in South Africa. And in order to promote museums, so the category of ensuring that museums are accessible, it was done through the adoption of information communication technology in schools and in also various sectors. So this implies that a student can able to access museum object even in their classrooms or even in the comfort of their homes. So the challenge which we found had transition to democracy. It was a training and development because during the apartheid period, few majority of black were not trained on heritage, archive and museum studies. So there was a need during transition of to train black who are in majority in museum studies. However, the major challenge which we also find is that there are few institutions of higher learning offering qualification in heritage and museum studies. For example, University of Witwatersrand, University of Cape Town, and University of Pretoria are example of university offering the training and development in heritage and museum management. And this museum development require a collaboration of various sectors. For example, government need to cooperate with the community to ensure the preservation and the continuation of heritage in South Africa. And thank you.
All right, Professor Sydney unfortunately is not online with us. I just discovered that. So I invite our presenters to come to the stage and discuss. We have 5 minutes. I'll start calling people from the audience. Here, Diego, please. In the front.
Hello, good morning to all. I'm Diego. Well, I don't self-describe myself for a couple of days, so I'm a white man in the late 40s wearing a dark red shirt and a dark blue pants. And I wear also black glasses and have like short to middle hair, like quite curly. Well, my answer is to Jacob, but the others can also feel free to comment. Of course, I would like to comment on the ethical. Complementing your presentation, I also would like to take the opportunity to congratulate all the presenters. But we do know that our museums in general have collections that actually represent mostly the mentality of the people who were collecting the moment they were collecting those collections. So usually they deeply represent white man Eurocentric or North American accomplishments, even in, let's say, South institutions, we have collections that represent rich white men from those countries, usually linked to those Eurocentric and North American countries. And not say that's okay, that's part of how the collections were built and how they are. You present very well how in your museum these collections are presented. But I would like to also point out the other issue and the ethical role that you have and how do you use those collections nowadays. I mean, I'm not saying that it's okay to have those collections like that. It's important to point out like this. But there's another thing, and how do you keep collecting like that? And a lot of institutions keep collecting using the same kind of reasoning they used in the past and keep collecting those kind of collections. Why won't we use those collections either in our exhibitions or like doing like online diffusion of those material? We're keeping not being critical about what they represent. I mean, why do you use, still using in 2023 in new exhibitions, in terms of collections that portray, let's say, women in a really subordinate position in a science technology exhibition. And we see this a lot in a lot of science technology museums. So what's the role, not only in collecting, but also in how do you use those collections? Because we use those collections to tell stories. And we can tell different stories, even with the collections we have right now, and be critical about it. So what's our ethical role in doing that? I'd like to comment on that.
Thank you for asking that question, Diego. I don't think there's a clear answer to that question, but I've been interested in, I've been working in the Danish Museum of Science and Technology for 7 years now. I've been trying to see how we can be more inclusive, how we work in our exhibitions, our programs. But to be honest, in those 7 years, I think I've been able to do some projects, like with exhibitions, programs, but have I changed anything with the collections? No, not at all. And I think what is one of our problems today is that we have what we call a more professional collection policy, that it's very difficult to get an object into the collection. So I might be able to, or we might be able to collect 1 or 2 objects a year to represent some of these stories. But we have 30,000 objects in the collections that are representing something else. So we need also to see how we can ask new questions to the collection and see how we can use it in new ways. It's difficult. Sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? Because it's not just about, you can only do as much as you can as a person and try to push these agendas, but there are a lot of agendas in a museum. There's a lot of agendas in my museum, and think how we should do it. It's not that anyone would be opposed to what you're touching upon, but there's also a lot of different perspectives of how things should be done. So I think, but that's why I do hope you got the point. I think we need a radical change, because if we are, even in my museum now, the museum where I work, if we go with the pace that we are doing at the moment, we might have a more balanced museum in 100 years. It's just not going fast enough. So we really need to challenge our strategies, and I'm really trying to push that we have actually the possibility of now moving into a new museum to rethink what we're doing. I can't promise that everything will be, yes, I can promise you actually that not everything will be perfect in the new museum. I don't think it will, but yeah, I don't know if that's an answer, but I don't have an answer to actually to that ethical perspective. I think it's difficult.
Thank you, Jacob. Eba and Kay, do you want to add something? Comment?
I don't have anything to add. My institution, my museum is following a big organization. The big organization has its own agenda, procedures, policies, and we have to follow the big agenda with our agenda. So it's the same, it's policies.
More critical friends here.
Good morning. I am Rajiv from India, 5 feet 8 inches tall, brown complexion with dark hair, wearing specs, with a red color with stripes shirt and a red jacket and dark pants. My question is for Jacob. Jacob, how are you? You feel a little bit nervous today? What happened? Now, you talked about the gender bias of the artifacts collection in your museum. Same thing I have realized in my museum also. We do have a lot of technological collections in your museum. Now the question I want to raise is, most of the collection of the artifacts in our museum is done by a curatorial team or the concerned curator. I don't know about your museum, but in our museum, we have very few women curators. There is a huge gender gap in that. But of late, we are trying to have more women entry-level curators in our organization. I presume this could be one of the reasons regarding gender bias in terms of collection of the technological artifacts also. It may be one of the root causes also for this reason. What are your views regarding this? What is the percentage of women curators in your Science and Technology Museum?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I am a bit nervous. This is not my safe space to be on stage with all this light. I don't think it's just about having women curators in the museum. We do have women curators in the museum. Actually, I think for about 10 years, in roughly 2005 to 2015, there were only women curators in the museums. So it's not just about representation does matter, but it doesn't solve the problem. So just because you have a women curator doesn't mean that you would have a lot of more women perspectives. I'm a man, I can still have the perspective of another, a women's perspective or other gender perspective. So it's not solving the issue just by hiring different people. You really need new policies, new strategies, and it's something you really need to discuss across the organization. It's not just about curatorial, it's not just about collection, it's about our exhibitions, it's about our programs, communication, what we do on social media, what do we do on our website. It's across everything. You need to question everything. So I don't think, it's not just about who you employ, it's how you think in your institution.
To the collection of the artifacts which you had given as an example in your presentation.
So I don't get the question. Is it because if we had a woman, we do our head of collection, she is a woman. So, but it's not that she is collecting a lot of women's razors devices too. I don't think, that's not my point, that we should have 50 women's razor devices. But it's more like the imbalance in the collections.
Okay, thank you.
Camille, please. Here in the front. Yeah.
Thank you. This is Camille from Canada speaking. I think right now, when we're thinking about gender and gender representation in collections, it seems like we're really thinking of who, right? We're thinking of who these objects belong to or who use those objects. But we're continuously staying within the gender binary. And that is limiting us. And I think that asking ourselves new questions about not only who, but the how and the why and the what. And when you're thinking about, like, I know we have an excellent group of curators at our museums currently thinking about hair removal and bringing that perspective on the collection that you have. So thinking about the gendered expectations of shaving and hair removal, and based on whether you're assigned female at birth or assigned male at birth, which parts of your body you should or shouldn't shave, and what's deemed appropriate and professional, and so on and so forth. So representation, that's what we mean by representation, not just these objects were operated by women, these objects were operated by men. It's really about thinking about the various stories that these objects bring, not just in the past, but also in the present, and what they might mean in the future. So I guess it's more of a comment.
We have 3 minutes more here. Professor Allison, please.
Thank you so much for the upgrade to Professor there. I appreciate it. This is Alison Eardley, and I'm going to remember to describe quickly. I'm blonde, about 164 centimeters, 65, wearing orange trousers today and a cream top. So I have 2 questions, but I'm kind of, one of them I'm going to make as a comment because it sort of because there's another question I want to ask. But basically, my kind of comment or thought was how these kind of biased collections on many levels might be used to highlight the origins or the how the perpetuation of the implicit biases that we live with now. I mean, how the collections can be used to highlight that. So, for example, relating to Camille's comment, it's like the origins of shaving, who shaves, why they shave, why there's less women's collections, what that means, and when women suddenly started having to shave. And so it's how these collections can be used to, and the limits in the collections can be used to highlight and make people understand where we are now and where these prejudice and problematic kind of, I guess, actions and behaviors to a degree come from. But that's not what I'm going to go with as a question. I'm just throwing that out there. My question was actually to Heba, but a bit to all of you, which was, so I'm not a museum professional, but my impression is that programs and programming often are rather more forward-thinking in the way that they approach a lot of the kind of questions and the issues that we're dealing with to a degree. And I guess I was interested in how programming how you thought programming could potentially push and challenge collection and exhibition practices. So in terms of representation, in terms of kind of enhancing what you were talking about with regards to people identifying themselves within collections. Like I said, it feels to me that a lot of programming does a lot of that heavy lifting at the moment, and I'm interested to know how you think that might be drawn more into kind of exhibition practice.
Can you repeat it slowly?
Sorry. Just to say, Sinead said she spoke quickly, and I thought she's got nothing on me. But anyway.
No, it's okay. My English is...
Sorry, Heba. So basically, it seems to me that a lot of museum programs do more of the heavy lifting at the moment, do more of the kind of impactful work in terms of trying to enhance inclusion and draw in communities who might not have been previously, who might not be represented in collections, and I guess, and exhibitions. And I was just interested to know if you had any thoughts on how that gap between what happens in programming and often what happens in exhibitions could be bridged.
Well, firstly, you have to understand that our museum in the first place wasn't made for Egyptian, for our community. So we are trying to take steps to include our own, the original people in the country. So we are trying to do this, and in the way we recognize that we still have more steps to do, religion, ethnicity, and other stuff. So we are trying to see how we can do this. We're still trying to figure out, but like we are trying to include these people, to contact them, to see what they are missing in their stories and what we have in our museum that can represent this. So we are trying still to find a connection between us. So we are working on it. We didn't find a way, because if we find it, we wouldn't have obstacles and challenges yet. So we are trying to work on it. So thank you. Is this a good answer? Thank you.
I'm sorry, we ran out of time. Can we have one more minute, Kayum? We have 2 questions. Only one. Emily, can you both do it very short so we can?
Yes, absolutely. Emily here from Canada. My is not a question, but more sort of a comment of support for Jakob and the work that you're doing to hopefully make you feel less uncomfortable or more comfortable in the discomfort. I mean, first of all, collections of science and technology are deeply patriarchal, so this is something that most museums are working through. At our institution, to think about women in the collection has gone through a few sort of avenues, so I just sort of want to share them with you in hopes that they're helpful. Firstly, thinking about the impact of these technologies in women's lives is a great way to rethink these objects. Secondly, thinking about the role that women played in creating these technologies. And one that we haven't really done but could be useful to do is through recreation, like historical retrieval. If these objects of women's innovations are truly lost, reproducing them so that they are materially evident in the collection. And lastly, we pursued, and I don't know if this is something you can do, but we created a fellowship focused on gender, science, and technology so that there could be space for this kind of research in the collection. And it really had nothing to do with acquisitions. It was about knowing more about what we don't know in the collection. So happy to talk more about this with you later, because it's wonderful work and it can feel very daunting, but there are good examples that hopefully you can lean on. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Visha here. Can you give the mic for him, please?
Hi, this is Vismay. I want to ask a little question because you four are from different continents. And it would be interesting to know that, what are the kind of government compulsions are there in your respective continent for inclusiveness in the museum, which you have to follow compulsorily in your museum? That is one. And second, I would like to know that, is there a section of society reaching you in your respective continent for specific programs or a specific inclusiveness, or you are reaching out to the section of the society to find out who is left out and what kind of programs or what kind of activities you should come up with? It's an open question.
Thank you. Kay, do you want to answer or comment? How we are tackling? Can you repeat your answer, please? Very short. That's fine.
As you four are from different continents, you are from Latin
Brazil.
America, you are from Africa, you are from Asia, he's from Europe. So is there any government compulsions are there to make your infrastructure more accessible, or you have to run the specific activities for inclusiveness, to bring more, section of society who is not coming to the museum and doing some sort of activities, which is a government directives, number one. Number two, are you reaching out to the society to find out who is left out and how to bring them in? Or the society reaching you?
Kayum is already saying that the time is over. So I'll just give the mic. Do you want to answer something? No? Okay, all right. Let's answer here in the floor. Thank you very much for interactiveness, and we follow to the next one, but let's give an applause to them. Thank you. All right. Now we will continue to the 49 presentation, which is from Brazil. Thank you. I'm going to take. Do you have them online with us? Are they online? It's online. Yeah, it's online. So the next presentation is Science Museum and Favela Journalists Collaboration to Social Inclusion, Lessons Learned. So it's from the team of Museu da Vida, which is Museum of Life from Fiocruz. We have Rosicler Neves, Juliana Gouveia, and Luiz Vitorino. Please let's follow.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosicler Neves. I'm a science communicator and researcher from Museu da Vida, Fiocruz, Brazil. I am very happy that the organizing committee of the conference has provided us with this online opportunity to be part of the conference, this section, and its discussions. I truly appreciate the efforts and patience. Thank you. Obrigado. Well, today I want to talk about one of our initiatives, a network of social cooperation that intend to gather different social actors from science museums, research institutions, and from favelas. Well, I'm talking from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, where 13.6 million people live in favelas. 1.4 million are in Rio de Janeiro alone. Just to give you a better idea, this is the map of our city. I hope you all can see the red line. Let me highlight this for you. So this is the region of our city. Our science museum is in the north zone of Rio. So now the same map, but each one of these red dots represent favelas. Our museum is that little black dot over here. Our museum is linked to Fiocruz, one of the most important institutions of science and technology and health in Latin America. Looking real closer, this area that is highlighted in green shows Fiocruz campus, where Museu da Vida is located. As you can see, we share the same territory with several favelas. The word favela expresses an urban territory with distinct social spatial configurations. The favela has similarities, but they are not equal, and it's important to consider different dimensions. For instance, urban, we are talking about self-constructions, not defined by legal regulation. Socio-political, the incompleteness or absence of state policies and actions are historically recurring. Social culture, a space with plural identities on the plane of material and symbolic existence. Socioeconomic, work informality, high rates of underemployment and unemployment, historical inequalities. But also we can talk about agency, civil society organizations that fight for their rights, that offer cultural space and service for their communities. Each one of them has an identity, history, culture, forms of organization. And the richness of each of this territory must be respected. Well, post-pandemic situation, Bolsonaro's troubled legacy for science, health, education, and environment to our country, our fragile democracy. It is more important than ever that our community do everything possible at the institutional and systemic level to strengthen inclusion for socially disadvantaged. From 2019 to 2022, before and during the pandemic, we studied the communication done by media outlets based in 10 different favelas. They work at full force to produce content and stories on the prevention and impact of COVID-19, such as breaking news, information articles, interviews, all produced by residents who are skilled in journalism and attuned to the local experience and the local challenges and demands. Our study shows that we have a lot to learn with each other. But apart from the pandemic period, it also shows that science and technology are not commonly among the topics these outlets discuss. Well, these particular results reveal to us the importance of research institutions and informal learning institutions to establish a closer and more perennial relationship with these social actors. Well, with our results under our arms, we knocked on their doors. We called them, we in order to discuss, to show the results of our study, and to discuss possibilities to work with each other. The findings and the discussions motivated the construction of a collaborative project with media outlets based in the favelas across Rio de Janeiro. The purpose is to improve the life of favela residents. And we think of science and technology as fundamental rights and instruments for social inclusion. We have planned several activities together, and we also been doing a few activities, such as a calendar planner, space of dialogue to promote discussions of concrete experience to exchange ideas and knowledge, thematic workshops, content productions. So far, in order to work to fulfill our hopes and dreams and goals and build a real perennial relationship, we must set principles, ways of doing, our roles, and what knowledge means. In our opinion, the production of knowledge must be committed to the transformation of society in the sense of promoting social justice. When you talk about principles, when you talk about the social actors, all them involved are capable of reflecting their realities and producing knowledge. When you talk about the ways, concrete social demands, challenges, and problems waiting for solutions, these are the starting points. When you talk about decision making, we have to consider democratic forms. We have to use strategies especially aimed at the mobilization and participation of the partners. And when you talk about knowledges with an S, it's important to highlight that traditional and popular knowledge, experiences, experiments carried out by the favela residents, as well technical and scientific knowledge, all of them can be a source for generating solutions and must be valid. When you think about socially disadvantaged, normally we think about what do we have to offer? We have a lot. Experience, knowledge, expertise and support, science and society relationship. But we also need to think that they have a lot to offer as much as we do. We are learning, it's challenging, it's time consuming. But we truly believe we can build a better future joining force and working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie Claire. We are going to presentation number 50, Museum Outreach and Museum Enrich, a changing relationship from Germany, Tin Nowak, Museum of Communication of Frankfurt. Can you repeat again? Someone corrected me. I'm sure I mispronounced your name, Tin. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You can call me as you like. Is it still working? Yes. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for being able to be here. So, hello all. Hallo an alle. I'm Tina Novak from the Museum of Communication in Frankfurt. I am a big, but not in a tall way, woman, she, her, with a pinkish face and sand-colored medium-length hair. I wear a black dress with sand-colored dots, and I greet you all. And I would like to thank CIMUSET and NAMOC for giving me the opportunity to be here. The title of my talk is Museum Outreach, I need another space here. Museum Outreach and Museum Inreach, a changing relationship. But let's be clear, this is less about outreach and it is more about inreach. What does that do to us as a museum? We see here in the picture in the background, my museum, and it's so opposite to the museum we have seen before. My museum is in the middle of the city on a fancy riverbank. My office building is on the, I guess it's your right side, and it's a historical villa. On the other side, you see the museum building, and there's a meadow in between. So if I look out of my window, there's just a riverbank, this skyline of Frankfurt, and nothing troubles me, nothing disturbs even my view. That doesn't mean that I'm not disturbed by the situation of societies and people in my heart and in my mind. So what does that do to us as a museum is a question, and I want to introduce a little bit more of my museum, so I have to change the slide. Yes. The title, the Museum of Communication Frankfurt, belongs to the Museum Foundation Post and Telecommunication. It owns 3 museums for communication in Berlin, Frankfurt, and Nuremberg. There are also pictures on the left. The illuminated building at the top shows the Museum Berlin. The historic building at the bottom shows a picture of Nuremberg, and the modern building in the middle, which is one of my colleagues on a bike, is the Museum of Communication in Frankfurt. There's also a philatelic archive in Bonn and collection depots near Frankfurt and in Berlin. We have heard a lot of accessibility these days, and this is important. It's a conference about accessibility and inclusion, and an alternative to access is going out. That's what outreach is all about. You go outside the museum to meet people. You meet people from neighborhoods, families, elderly people, migrant communities or refugees. You go to schools or kindergartens, and in a former postal museum like ours, these could also be stamp collectors, former telephone operators. Maybe they have forgotten about us. Or completely different actors or associations. Behind this is also the question, who are your visitors and who would you also like to address? For whom would the museum be a useful place, and which people would be good for the museum? The search for new audiences can be confused with a marketing measure to attract new visitor groups to the museum. It operates in the field of tension between 3 strategies: attracting new visitor groups, participation, and social inclusion. Outreach offers the opportunity for expanded alliances, cooperation, regional and national alliances. But opening up, in the best case, also changes us as museum people, and then, hopefully, also the museum. Aside, we see here in the picture in the background a Sunday market of opportunities, how we call it, in the museum with interest groups, associations, NGOs, in the context of one of our temporary exhibitions. The definition of outreach have changed over the years. Initially, it is referred to activities outside the museum. From the 1980s, the term inreach became part of it. Inreach means incorporating the experience of contact with new audiences into one's own organizational culture. On the decorative white and blue black background with integrated museum objects from our collection, you can see excerpts from our mission statement of 2019. And parallel to the discussion of ICOM, where it was discussed whether museums are not neutral places and therefore have to assume responsibility for society as a whole. These debates were also present at the Museum of Communication and thus at the Museum Foundation Post and Telecommunication. I like to highlight one on the slides, one of the sentences on the slide: to be places of current discourse and to promote active dialogue. However, this process is not finished. Next week, we will meet in Berlin and discuss further. Since 2019, major societal challenges, and not even speaking of COVID, have shaped and continue to shape the museum's own production of large-scale temporary exhibitions. From digitization to the climate crisis, to sexuality and gender, to what extent do these topics touch us in the field of communication on an individual or societal level? These are questioned in the production of these exhibitions. Such a mission statement is often more of a guideline, a wish. Not always and everything is lived out in the same way in the institutions. It's no different to us. We not always behave and act like it is written in this mission statement, but it clearly gives a direction to what we try to implement in the production of large exhibitions. Just one of the sentences here on the slide. We do not conduct monologues, but dialogues, analog and digital. We want to be understood. Using the examples of the exhibition Klima X in German, which opened in 2020, the production of the next show and the production of the next show about sex, media and communication, which will open in October 2024, I would like to demonstrate how scientists and multipliers, as well as regional actors, work together here in the preparation of the exhibition and during its runtime, and in particular, what internal changes the intensive examination of current social issues has on the museum itself. The museum, which previously addressed the public with educational and mediation offers, it's now itself challenged to learn and change. Change is not so easy to grasp, as you will see from the striking examples I am about to present. I have chosen examples that are very easy to visualize. What is not visible is the effect on us colleagues or structural processes in the museum itself. And one can also look at this with caution. With large exhibitions like the ones we prepare every 2 years, many new themes come to our museum, but what remains in the long term? Climate X opened in autumn 2022. It is an exhibition about communication of the climate crisis. The exhibition is now on the second stop at the Museum of Communication in Berlin. Both houses produce large exhibitions in parallel, which then stay with us for almost a year, then we swap. During its creation, there were regular online meetings, hello COVID, with external scientists, activists, and multipliers. This also gave rise to ideas for projects and events. We are not a natural history museum. We are not climate scientists. Therefore, we were looking for contact with people who can help us. Also to groups and people who have been active in the field for a long time. We wanted to try to take the important messages with us. Many paths have already been taken before us, and we are trying to implement them. In the background, we see the front of our museum, with our museum icon, a media sculpture in a public space. It's a pre-bar man by Paik Nam-joon. It's a Korean media artist, I guess you know him very well. A sign refers to our action day, which included the mark of possibilities which you have seen on the slides before. We did also some classical outreach work, and I leave this slide out because the outreach is not the focus of my focus, and I guess I'm good in time. Or I'm not good in time, maybe. I want to focus on the internal effects. During the preparation, we had a lot of contact with the environmental office of the city of Frankfurt, among others, who put a lot of work into the topic of vertical and horizontal urban greening. This contact led to the idea of greening the museum as well. Here we see the museum roof of our permanent exhibition, which is underground. So this is not a garden, this is a roof. The small pictures below illustrate the change from the lawn that was kept alive with a lot of water and care to the sowing of wild grasses and the blossoming of the wildflower meadows. These provide food for insects and birds, need less water and cool down the garden area in the summer. Even though the exhibition has left us in the meantime, the meadow remains with us, and we as colleagues, we love this. It's wonderful. What we are currently working on is the special exhibition for 2024. The German name is Apropos Sex. I would translate it as sex, by the way. Here we explore how the media influences our perceptions of sex and sexuality, the history of sexuality education, but also the importance of being able to talk about sexuality. Similar to Climate X, we are also working closely with activists, researchers, and organizations like queer youth centers, sex educators, HIV counseling, feminist sex shops, artist groups, and. In addition to the workshops in which we discuss the topics, also the museum colleagues and the curators discuss the topic of the exhibition. We are also holding digital shoulder-to-shoulder meetings to inform the people with whom we have been in contact about the implementation phase and to incorporate their feedback in the time we are producing the exhibition. So we already had 3 workshops with 3 different multiplier groups, and we keep them close to us. This exchange challenges us to take a new look at our museum and ask ourselves whether we are already a good and a safe place, especially for our queer audiences. And if I speak of queer, I mean it's not just gay person, it's non-binary, gender queer, asexual, pansexual, whatever diverse possibility there is for people being queer. One of the first implementations of these considerations resulted in the fact that there are now unisex toilets both in public museum and in the administration building itself. You can see this in the 2 pictures of the slides showing our toilet signs at the unisex toilets. This is just a start to questioning our museum routines, a process that will intensify by the end of next year. Last slide. The Museum of Communication Frankfurt should be a meeting place for all people. Our task is to develop this further. Inclusion, outreach, media education, and education in the sense of sustainability are tasks that we tackle. But there's a lot of room to improve. These processes have an impact on the outside and involve the public in cooperation with our museum team. And as a learning museum, we take up social debates and demands from outside because our significance also depends on being a relevant place for many people. I really thank you for your attention, and also a thank to the staff for this conference and having a gray and blue background for my slides, because I think they look so much nicer this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tin. Let's go to the next presentation, the last of this morning part, from Korea, Hyunjin Cho, from Chingjeon National Museum. I'm sure I mispronounced it. I'm sorry. An analysis of a museum's roles and leadership in society, investigating the challenge museums face and recommending several suggestions.
Hello, my name is Haejin Jo. I have a presentation in my mother tongue Korean, so please wear your translator. 한국 분들은 편하게 들어주시면 될 것 같습니다.
I think this may be more comfortable for the Koreans in the audience. Well, first of all, I am about 157 centimeters tall. I have a black ponytail. I have glasses. I am wearing black pants and I have a black vest. Let me start with my presentation today. So I represent Cheongju National Museum. In Korea, there is the Seoul National Museum, and there are 13 other national museums across the country. Cheongju National Museum is one of the 13 national museums across the country. We opened in 1987, so it's been about 40 years since we have opened our museum, so we have had some time to build our tradition. If we introduce the city of Cheongju, it's a large city with a population of 850,000 people. It is located in the central part of South Korea. Chikji is what most people picture when they think of Cheongju. Chikji is the world's oldest movable metal type book, and currently it is stored in the National Library of France. So that's what people mostly think of when we say Cheongju. And this is our museum. We are located in the outskirts of Cheongju under this mountain. Cheongju National Museum is of a smaller size compared to other national museums, but this has been designed by Kim Soo-gun, a very famous architect in Korea, and we are proud to have a museum that is quite spacious and that is in harmony with nature. And so people are able to walk amidst the forest to visit the museum, but at the same time, the halls are quite a bit far away from each other, so that makes it difficult for some people to visit the museum. So it's been 40 years since we have had our museum in Cheongju, and so we have become the keeper of not only the local culture, but recently we always talk about the social and public role of museums, and I think if we take a look at Cheongju National Museum, we have had that role since very early on to play a social and public role in the local community. In the beginning, when we first opened our museum, it was a space for collections, and the function of this museum continued to change because we opened a children's exhibition. We also opened a space for people to donate their artifacts, and we have also opened a digital space, and this year we installed the children's playground. So you can see that functionally we continue to expand as a museum. When we first began, we first started with our collection. Then we reconfigured some of our space, and we opened the donation exhibition hall, as I mentioned before, and we also displayed new technologies through our digital exhibition hall. And this year we opened the Lee Geum-hee stonework exhibition outside. And so you can see that we continue to expand the contents of our museum according to the needs of the society and the changes of time. So here you can see that within Cheongju National Museum, there are 3 exhibition spaces. And you can see that the Children's Museum takes up a large portion that is very unique. 1/3 of all visitors at our museum are children. And so we believe that the Children's Museum is very important for our museum, and we became more and more interested in our visitors, and we started to focus on children and their families. So with our focus on children, we opened our Children's Museum, and we also expanded children's educational programs. And during the last 20 years, we have had a great focus on children programs. So the social role of public museums is mainly focused on children's education at our museum. And in the local community, the museum is recognized as a place for educating children. And that's actually the same for the National Museum of Korea's Children's Museum, opened in 2005, because the Children's Museum team was opened in 2011 at the National Museum of Korea, which is located in Seoul. And currently, many children's museums have been established in not only the National Museum of Korea located in Seoul, but also in the 13 other national museums across the country. And that really reflects the needs of the local community in Korea, because children and their families make up a great portion of visitors to museums. But having said that, I would also like to mention that our social role was focused mostly on education thus far, but I believe it's high time to go beyond just children. We need to make sure that we become more inclusive in terms of our social responsibilities and our educational programs. Of course, from the social welfare perspective, we did have some programs for the socially disadvantaged, but that actually was not a part of the social role that we played because it was limited to just education. But as many people have mentioned, in terms of exhibition, in terms of convenience facilities and programming, we also need to expand our inclusiveness. Cheongju National Museum continues to work on expanding our social role based on these 5 pillars. Cultural welfare and collaboration with local community is what we are focused on in terms of inclusiveness. That's what I would like to focus on in my presentation. Museums in local communities tend to be smaller, and so rather than doing something in-house, we also need to collaborate with the outside, but that sometimes is not easy because all organizations have different situations, they have different interests. And for a museum like us, which is a national museum, which means that we are 100% dependent on national budgets, we are able to conduct our museum activities on our own because we have that budgetary support. But nevertheless, we do believe that we need to still partner and collaborate with other organizations, and that really is something that we need to be trained on, and that's why there's so much to learn from conferences like this. We also have projects to enhance accessibility for the visually impaired. Well, thus far we have had programs for those with hearing impairments, but we are working on enhancing accessibility for people with visual impairment. And one example would be audio description, tactical relics, braille commentary, as well as learning programs. We are in particular collaborating with the Cheongju School for the Blind located in our local community, and these are the programs that we conduct with them. For example, when we create our audio description, we would receive consulting from the teachers at the Cheongju School for the Braille, and that's same thing for Braille commentary as well. If you take a look at these pictures, we have large text programs, and we also have tactical experiences that are available. We also provide QR codes for audio descriptions. And all of these tools have been added this year. And one of the biggest concerns that we have within museums is that we lack visitors in their 20s, in particular because we focus on art history and archaeology. We don't have a lot of people in their 20s. So we have a lot of children and their parents who are mostly in their 40s, and so we lack visitors in their 20s. Therefore, we wish to become a museum that appeals to the younger generation. And in order to do that, we collaborated with the undergraduate students from the Department of Archaeology and Art History at Cheonbuk University that is located nearby. This is an artwork that was donated by the chairman of Samsung to our museum, and we actually created a we are creating a digital program to experience this artwork with the university students. We had many discussions with the university students, and we learned what they would like to see, and we also invited an illustration artist that they prefer so that we can create characters and also a narrative. Here you can see that in order to enhance the physical accessibility for our museum, we have a metabus service called the Cheongju Museum Bus, and this started last year. So you can use a mobile application, and this character will take you through the Cheongju Museum wherever you wish to go so that you can visit our museums in virtual space. In Cheongju, there's also the Cheongju Women's Correctional Institution. And so for the inmates at this institution, we would visit them and we would provide educational programs from our museum for the inmates at this correctional facility. There's also a school for students with special needs located nearby our museum. So from November, we will start a program dedicated to them. We also have a festival for the museum every spring, and we have these programs in the garden of our museum, and many people from the local community participate in our festival. So there are numerous activities conducted by the museum, but how much of it coincides with the definition of museum? As you're well aware, at ICOM Prague 2022, a new definition was adopted, and I believe that there are three core elements in this definition. This is for open to the public, accessible and inclusive, and diversity, and museums need to offer varied experiences for the participants. And I think those are the three core parts of this definition. So you can see that the social role of museums is becoming more and more important. Therefore, within the museum, we started to, based on this definition, think about the future direction of our museum, and these are what we came up with. At the Cheongju National Museum, we wish to become a museum of breath and rest. And these are the four missions that we have decided on. A museum that reflects the local community, a museum that has local and universal elements, a museum of well-being, and museum of happiness. So these are the slogans that we go by, and from next year we will have new directions and new interpretations of our programs based on these four pillars. So we have worked on the internal organization and partnerships with external actors to achieve our goals, but what is accessibility? That is the big question on our minds. So in order to enhance accessibility, we make a lot of efforts, but what exactly is accessibility? We need to know that in order to measure our success. And that the reason why we started to think about this is because ever since COVID-19, we came up with this method to enhance accessibility. We have a platform for museum education, and people can use this platform to sign up for education, or they can participate in games and other activities. But this platform is probably not something that everyone can use. There are people who find digital platforms difficult to use. And if you take a look here, this is the line at the National Museum of Korea located in Seoul. And so the line is very long. So if there are special exhibitions which open at 10 in the morning, people line up from 8 in the morning. Because ever since COVID-19, people believe that convenient and comfortable spaces are important. And in the past, before COVID-19, there was no limitations in the number of people that could go into the exhibitions. But ever since COVID-19, we limit that number to maybe 200 per hour. And you can sign up online. But if you want to sign up online, it's very difficult to sign up. And so people who fail to sign up online will just line up here physically to see if there's any spaces for them. That's why the line is so long. So we do provide metaverse services or online platforms, but that actually will sometimes lead to further barriers. When we ask people to sign up online, that could become a barrier to other people, like the people standing in line here. And when there are lectures, we always have people sign up online, but people who are of older age always tell me it's difficult to sign up online. It's always very difficult because the younger people are so fast, and so they actually want opportunities to sign up in person. They say they always ask their sons and daughters to sign up for them. But if we do not receive reservations, then sometimes we don't have a lot of seats, and so we have to have a balance and find a way to be inclusive. So I do believe that this is a time where accessibility is very difficult for museums because there are people who are not familiar with digital platforms, and there are less spaces available for people because we are limiting the number of people who enter exhibitions because of COVID-19. And I came across this quote. This is by Asa Ito of Japan, who is a person with visual impairment, and he wrote a book titled, How Does a Blind Person See the World? And so this person is asking a sighted friend, why do you go to a museum? That person responded, I enjoy going to art museums because I like to contemplate various thoughts while looking at the artworks, and also to discover my new preferences. It's always exciting for me. And when Ito heard this, he said, oh, I'm confident in doing that, so I think I can do that as well at the art museum. But this author says, if the sighted friend had said, I'm going to see what's in the art museum, then he would never have gone to the museum. So when I read this passage, I thought, accessibility is not all about braille and audio description. It's not just about the facilities. It's not just about the educational programs. Accessibility, in the end, is accessibility of our perspective. We need to have accessible museums for people to come and think about who they are and share those thoughts with other people. That is true accessibility. So this passage gave me this inspiration. So emotional accessibility is what we have to give more thought to. Rather than thinking about providing something, of course, that is the social role and public role of museums, but at the same time, we should never think about us being the provider. As we have seen in the museum definition from Prague, museums have to be a space for various experience. And so taking that definition into consideration, museums should be a space where people can experience the dignity of being a person and also have their own thoughts at the museums. And that actually will lead to changes in our thoughts concerning exhibitions and programming. And I think we need to think outside of the box in terms of managing the museum itself. And that really is what all museums should think about for the future. And I hope that we can continue to collaborate on this topic. Thank you very much.
So I invite the two presenters to come to the stage as well. You can continue here. Are the Museum of Life together with us here, online? No? Okay. Any questions, comments? I think everyone is hungry. I would like to comment that something that I realized on this morning part is that independently of the perspective or of the context, every museum professional that stayed or researcher that was in this stage here was open to changing deeply inside and trying to reflect it on their own institution and their own practices. So I think this is a good, very good outcome from this morning part. Okay. I'm going to make another question. Do you want to comment on how do you see intersectionality in your practices? This is for both of you, but also I'll leave the question for Museum of Life, if there is anyone there. Can you go comment a little bit on it?
Being intersectional is something we face right now. For example, we're doing right now this sex and media exhibition, and being in contact with multiple people who are active in the field, it often is announced to us to who is your audience, how is your staff, with this perspective are you looking on your museum. And it is not enough to look to queer audiences, because in the same moment we are asked, oh, what is with people of color, what is with, and we have to now think about all of this. And we are not a huge museum, we are not a small museum, so for it is even hard to maintain the normal service, and we are faced with so many new challenges, like looking in our collections, are there post-colonial items we have to take care for, looking for all these barriers where we perceive. And honestly, it's really a lot, but it's not an excuse try to find solutions for it. I'm really tired by all this we have to do, but it doesn't help us. We have to go these ways and make these things happen, but one step after the other. We are not in 1 year an inclusive museum for where everyone on an intersectional perspective will be happy, but we try to make the best out of it.
Well, actually, I believe that I have very similar thoughts. When we have programs or exhibitions, there are people in charge, and we need to be able to bring together different opinions, and that's quite difficult to do. Especially for exhibitions, we need to listen to various voices, but we're always pressed for time when we do projects, and so we tend to rely on one or two voices, in particular the boss, and that leads to the lack of diversity. Even today, even within museums, we always talk about how we need to have the proper organization. So we would create a single team, and even if it's an archaeology exhibition, we would have designers, educators, people of various backgrounds to join that single team for the project. At the Cheongju National Museum, next year we will be starting this practice of creating a single team, but we need to have leaders with awareness in order for this to go. If the leader is only focused on meeting the deadline, then that will bring us back to the past. And that really is something that we still need to work on.
For us, it is like this. We are not a national museum. The Postal Museum was former national museum, but now it's financed by the telecommunication companies. But we have to follow the national rules, but not being financed like this. So if we want to change something, usually the structure, it's really hard to change because we have to rule all these federal laws. And these things which are changing are mostly changing from within because we have new staff, and these new people are having new ideas, new needs, and we have people now in our they are colleagues, and I can't say anymore these audiences are them, because they are now in our staff. And if they are with us, we have to change, because everyone has to be able to behave in our museum, to work and to cooperate. This is the fastest way to change things from within.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you very much for your participation during this morning, and we are going for lunch break now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Did you enjoy the morning session? Yeah, we got quite a lot of case study here, and also some very good inspiration from the CINID as well. So we're gonna have a second magic everyone. Did you enjoy? Okay, thank you, class. Hello. Did you enjoy the last lunch in hotel? Yeah, it was so nice, yeah? And we will prepare another nice lunch for the field trip tomorrow and the day after. So just expect that, okay? So let's start the afternoon session. Could you sit down, please? Everybody, we already 20 minutes delayed. Okay, now we are gonna start afternoon session, and let me introduce our afternoon moderator, Alice.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon. We've had a fantastic morning, and we have a fantastic afternoon ahead of us. I know I've already described a little bit, but and I'm not going to match the very great description that Craig gave us yesterday. But I'm just going to start a little bit by saying that I'm still 165 centimeters tall. I've got blonde hair. I'm now wearing a very beautiful green and goldy orange necklace, which Rena, I hope you appreciate, matches both the badge and my trousers. So I'm feeling on this. I've got orange trousers on there, not green. So I'm really delighted to welcome you to this session. We have two really fantastic speakers, and the first one is Charles Landvrecht, and his presentation is entitled On Acknowledging Communities Through Curatorial Practices. So please, can you welcome Charles to the stage? Yeah, over there.
Oh my. Hello. Oh, no, this is the wrong one. This is not me. Should I press forward, you reckon? No. Great, but nah, not me. Should I try again? Who is, yes? Okay, go back, yes. Hello, good afternoon everyone, thank you for joining. There have been quite a lot of interesting presentations, and I've seen several of which I thought mine would have been a nice continuation of what the fellow speaker has said. And I would have liked to jump in, but I couldn't, so here I am now. I wrote it down so I can keep it short, okay? There's the time. I would like to start by telling you that I'm speaking from the position of a modern and contemporary art museum and not the position of a science museum. The museum I work at is a Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, and this museum is the foremost museum of modern and contemporary art in the Netherlands. Looking at the museum's past, our historical role has been to offer to the public the most exciting, new, and avant-garde art that could be found specifically in the Western world. In this museum, I hold the position of Head of Research and Curatorial Practice. The research specifically involves art history and the history of art as it is being rewritten today. This also includes the publication department. The curatorial practice in the title means that I'm involved in developing policy and making sure that the policy gets implemented. An example of this would be the content of wall text, but also how the museum deals with pressing social issues. One of the most pressing issues in Dutch society today is that of ethnic diversity, which is a direct result of colonialism, labor migration, and other forms of migration. The situation that we're looking at is that second, third, and fourth generation citizens with a migrant background, who by law now are ethnically Dutch, right, their rights, and so they're ethnically Dutch by law, and they have the same rights and obligations as any other person, but are often not considered Dutch when it comes to questions such as who decides what our culture is. It is from this position that I will speak to you about strengthening accessibility through programming. And I do this from this position because I am one of those citizens, but I'm also an artist, a researcher, and a curator. First, I would like to acknowledge that all continents, countries, and cities are different. What I'm getting at is that the communities in these different spaces have their own specificities, sensibilities, and consequently need different approaches. In the case of Amsterdam and the Netherlands, it is home to people from very different backgrounds from all over the world. These are not all recent immigrants, but as I said before, second, third, and fourth generation citizens that, having grown up in the Netherlands and understanding it to be their home, are feeling entitled to have a say in what our culture is and the direction that our society should go. This development is part of the Dutch context in which it has become obvious that space should be made to hear different stories, different approaches to problems, and different ways of seeing. The question thus becomes, what role can a museum play in this development? Should the museum be at the front of the societal change, or wait until the dust has settled before deciding what to do? So I will show you a little thingy. How do I start it? Do I press start? Yes. Is there sound? Is there sound, please?
Sommige mensen noemen dat systemisch racisme. Daar kan ik me wel iets bij voorstellen. Er hangen op dit moment geen werken van makers van kleur.
Er zitten 100.000 werken, waarvan heel veel witte mannen die alles wat niet wit man is, hebben gebruikt in hun werk.
We zijn een museum wat maar 4% vrouwen heeft in de collectie.
Het is een werk van een vrouwelijke kunstenaar. Dat staat niet eens in de database afgebeeld.
Je kunt hier niet een stedelijk zitting gaan nemen en gewoon gaan regeren alsof het business as usual is.
Dus wat gaan we doen? Wat gaan we doen? Wat gaan we doen?
Minstens 50% kunstenaars met een niet-West-Europese of Noord-Amerikaanse...
Zou ik echt totale belediging vinden als ze stedelijk met mij een tentoonstelling maken omdat ze op zoek zijn naar kunstenaars van kleur.
Is het duidelijk wat we onder van kleur verstaan?
Dan kap ik gewoon met deze tentoonstelling.
Wat betekent inclusiever formuleren?
En wie bepaalt die inclusie?
Het N-woord getiteld, dat hebben we gewoon veranderd.
Zigeuner, inboorling, zou je toch echt niet meer tegen moeten komen?
Prostituee is een term die ik liever vermijd.
Er zijn mensen die vinden dat ik veel te politiek correct bezig ben. Moeten we dan politiek incorrect zijn?
This is a documentary that was made when the director started his tenure, and the documentary maker asked if they could film him, and so then it became like really a black and white thing between me and the director as the, his secondant. So, it's a thing. So in the 4-year plan that the curators wrote in 2018, among other things, they specified that the creative team of the museum should diversify if the museum wanted to be in contact with a larger part of community. When our director, Rijn Wols, the gray guy, was appointed in 2019, he dove right into this process and decided to be at the front of societal change. The movie clip you just saw is from the documentary White Balls and Walls that was made by documentary maker Sarah Vos in the first 18 months of our director's tenure. As director and senior curator, I would say that one of his curatorial strategies when it comes to structural change that enhance accessibility is to hire artists, designers, and community activists in decision-making positions. I am one of the people he hired in his first year in office. Effectively, His hiring strategy results in a view on the collection, on presentation, on public program, education, and on research that moves away from a purely art historical and pragmatic basis to one of active engagement with communities in the city and the country. His decision moves the content-related decisions in the museum to a place where the decisions are rooted in active, artistic, and community-based practices and research. The question here today is what role should museums play in strengthening accessibility? When Rijn became director, he expanded the museum's focus of being an artist-driven museum with being a context and audience-driven museum. When we apply this to a community-based role, the museum can go in a few different directions. Being an artist-driven museum, a choice was made to see if the playing field could be leveled out by actively including artists coming out of local communities that were ignored previously. In the past few years, several exhibitions were held that caught the attentions of groups in society that had not seen themselves represented in the museum before. So in 2022, we did an exhibition with Remy Jungeman, a modernist, and this year we did an exhibition with Felix de Rooij. Remy Jungeman is of, bless you, Remy Jungeman is of Surinamese descent, Felix de Rooij is of Curaçao descent, and both are were colonies of the Netherlands. And these artists have been living in Amsterdam for many years, but have been ignored by the bigger institutions. On top of that, the collection exhibitions were rehung and included voices that speak to the societal makeup and demands of the city and the country today. One of these examples of the rehanging is that in the collection up to 1950. We did not have many women in the collection. We should be at collection exhibition. Okay, yes. We did not have many women in the collection up until 1950. However, as it turned out, most of the private collections that were donated to the museums were donated by women patrons under their husband's name. By highlighting the women collectors, we were able to forward the importance of women in our collection, even though we lacked works made by women. Also, by delving deep in the collection, looking for women artists, this self-portrait by Anneke van der Veer from 1930, mind you, came up. And nobody knew we had it, and it's now one of the public favorites. By repeating the strategy of including different voices, such as that of women collectors in the exhibition, the threshold to enter the museum has been lowered. And we notice not only a more ethnically diverse, but also a younger audience that specifically also come for this painting, right? When it comes to the community-based role, the context of the exhibition also plays a role. With that in mind, we have moved from an all-knowing tone of voice to one of investigation and a tone of voice that forwards the fact that we are a learning organization in this fast-moving world. So one of the things that I introduced within the curatorial practice is to say, we don't know. And that is, museums don't say we don't know, but we actually say we don't know. So among other things, this comes down to revisiting our wall text, its content, and specifically how we talk about artists. Now, with a larger variety of stories and artists on the wall, it became evident how different we spoke, for instance, about female and non-white artists. An example of this would be that in contrast to white male artists, in the wall text, it was often mentioned where women artists learned their craft, right? Or where a non-white artist was born and how where they were born influenced their practice. And these are the kind of things that were never said with a white male artist. So I said, or we do it with everyone, or we do it with no one. And of course the group decided then we do it with no one, because actually naming whiteness is a problem. The texts have now been standardized so that ways of describing a work or artist that contains a hardly noticeable but culturally distinct way of placing the artist in an artistic hierarchy with white male artists at the top, this has been erased through, making everything equal. So for me, it was all about equaling out the playing field. I don't care if we go left or right, as long as everybody gets treated the same. This is one of the ways in which the context of the museum is altered to strengthen accessibility for audiences on an emotional level. I hope that makes sense. Yeah? So being a foremost museum in the country is a context in and of itself that can be an issue when it comes down to accessibility for a variety of audiences, such as the socially and educationally disadvantaged. My colleague, Emma Harjadi Herman, who's one of the new hires and comes from a feminist activism background, is the head of education and inclusion and would be more suitable to speak about that. What I can say, however, is that in a reciprocal manner, this department is constantly working with a variety of groups to improve and enhance accessibility. And this ranges from child and adult art education to stimulus poor hours. You know, so the first hour of the museum is just for people who are easily, you know, and tour and that sort of thing. So there's a lot, we do a lot of these, at least Emma's department does a lot of these activities. I am missing an image. Oh. I am missing an image, but I will then not have the image. Okay. So when Ryan Wolf became, because I wanted to talk about activism now. Yeah. I'm missing one slide, but that's okay, I'll talk over it. When Ryan Wolf became director, he expanded the museum's focus, as I said, from artist-driven to context and audience-driven. And this move is central to the operation of the museum and drives how we engage with the world. Stating that we are an artist-driven museum begs the question for which artist, right? With a modern collection that consists of over 80% of male artists and even fewer with a non-Western background, the decision was made that for several years, 50% of the acquisition budget should be allocated to artists with a non-Western heritage background, right? Underlying that was the decision to focus more on women artists. So you can't do both, but we were like, okay, artists with a non-Western background with a strong focus on women. And the end result was that, you know, I think we bought 70% women in the past 2 years. You know, it went crazy. And what it did basically was divert the focus of the curators to focus or to push themselves to try and do something else than that they were used to do. And what we're talking about now is, should we extend it again for 4 years, this quota, or should we let it go? And I think we're going to extend it for another 4 years, because now the curators know it, but we need to have it like, it should be not known, it should be, how do you say it? Yeah, it should be lived, right? So I wanted to show you, and one of the things, because I don't have the picture, what we did, kind of divided the collection into two parts. The modern part, which is up to 1989 or 2012, wherever you want, doesn't really matter, and the contemporary part. So the modern part, we cannot balance it out, but what we can do is we can buy works from artists, locate them in the historical modern collection, so that the contemporary collections that artists that we buy are actually rooted in the old collection, so it becomes a long historical line, if that makes sense. So it is particularly to the context-driven part that where one could argue that museum activism could be sensed on an institutional and peer level. In the 3 years that I've worked with the museum, we've examined the context of the museum's history in scene number 1, called Future Origins. And this was important to unpack the context of our history and critiquing it while being respectful to the stewards that came before us, right? Because that's always important. Be respectful to those that came before you. And the scene starts with looking back and ends with a vision for the future. In scene number 2, we looked at the present position of the museum as a cultural diplomat in the service of local and state ideology. Yeah? It is particularly in this issue where we explicitly and openly discuss how far museum activism can go and under which conditions. By, among other things, answering these questions through research and publication, we are making autocritique without self-flagellation part of our way of working. And what I mean without self-flagellation, we are the whitest institute in the country. Don't deny it, embrace it, make it your strength, and go from there, right? So I would say to all the colleagues here, don't try and deny what your institute is, just embrace it and then move on, right? Instead of trying to fight it, because it is who you are. So when it comes to museum activism with regards to audiences, it may lie in speaking out against societal injustices. In case like that, the museum takes a stand and becomes an active agent in shaping the discourse in the city and or the country. When this is accompanied by hard action and not only a post on social media, the museum becomes a focal point for critique, which means that every week there is a newspaper article about the fact that we are too woke. Okay? So coming back to the question, should the museum be at the front of societal change or wait until the dust has settled before deciding what to do? We believe that taking a leadership role in strengthening accessibility can be done through curatorial practices that actively acknowledge communities that are part of the environment in which the museum operates. We take on a leading role in national debates with our acquisition strategy, but also by actively making space for artists in the building through commissions. A good example of this would be the post-Nobel exhibitions in the hallways that are curated by my colleague Thomas Castro, who is also one of the new hires. In Thomas's words, the Stedelijk has a long tradition of graphic design with an important international collection in the discipline. We have 40,000 of our 100,000 works are graphic design, right? So it's like almost half of our collection. The graphic design series Post-Nobel takes a central position in the museum. So the moment you walk into the museum, it's filling the hallway, right? Around the historic staircase. There I aim to show the most recent graphic designs projects that respond to what is currently happening in the field and in society. So these are really young graphic designers who would normally never have entrance to a museum because they're too young, right? But their work is so good that he puts them up. So it's, again, making space for other types of artists. Another example would be the opening of Bureau Stedelijk, where a different curatorial team engages with the community in the city at a speed in which a large museum cannot, because they are small, they can do this, that, tomorrow in 2 days they have an exhibition up, we can't do that, because, you know how it works, you're museum people. So, so also through context, we aim to position ourselves by equalizing the treatment of artists and questioning what knowledge is worth sharing. So an example of the latter, what knowledge is worth sharing, is the Stedelijk Studies website, which previously only contained peer-reviewed articles, but now also houses interviews, conversations, curatorial research, student findings, and essays by internal and external researchers. Most visitors for this website are between 18 and 35 years of age, which corresponds to the shift in audiences that can be seen coming to the museum. You have to imagine this website drew about 20,000 hits a year, and within 2.5 years of changing it, it now draws over 100,000 hits a year, right? So through these practices, the Stedelijk is actually questioning the structures that it's part of, and carving out paths of accessibility. So, I'm rounding up. Having given this talk, it may sound like all is well that is well. But there are many challenges ahead. As I stated before, all contexts are different, and it is good to mention that all change has its challenges. And one has to be, now I'm going to be an activist, one has to be willing to take on these challenges and willing to take on the critique of society and willing to go through that. And then again, one more thing that I would like to say is that because I was hired, now that we have, how do you say it, advertenties, how do you call that? Job opportunities. More people of color start applying, right? And it is now, I can say proudly, that over half of our curatorial staff is now of people with a migrant background, which is unique, you know. So the change starts with the leadership. The leader has to take a stand and say, I'm going to do it, and has to be willing to put their head on the block. And if you don't have a leader that is willing to do that, then change is going to be hard for all of us. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. I'd like to now welcome to the stage Craig Middleton, who is Senior Curator at the National Museum of Australia. And his presentation is entitled Queer Curatorship, Disorienting the Museum.
Thank you. Yes, my name's Craig Middleton, and I am a Senior Curator at the National Museum of Australia. I'm a white cisgendered male who has tan skin, a full face of makeup with pretty good contour, I believe. I have dark brown hair with 2 large pink streaks in it. And today I am wearing an oversized electric blue suit with black shirt and black shoes. I also use he, him pronouns. So, this is, oh, and actually, I don't know if you saw my Twitter handle. Can I go back? Take photos of me and put them up on Twitter. Thanks. This is my museum. This is the National Museum of Australia, which is located on the lands of the Ngunnawal, Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, the traditional custodians of the place that I'm proud to call home. This place is also known as Canberra, Australia's national capital, and it's a cool place to work. So, as I mentioned yesterday, I'm a millennial, and so I want to talk about myself again. So if you didn't notice, if I didn't tell you, if you can't tell, I'm queer. I identify as having same-sex attraction, and the way I express my gender identity is what some might consider non-normative. I'm privileged to be able to live this way, and I stand on the shoulders of giants who have fought for the very rights that I value in my country today. My comfort and confidence in my identity and how I express myself was not always a given. I was born in the late 1980s and grew up through the 1990s. And this is a picture of me and my 2 brothers. I hope you can guess which one I am. As a young person, I was what some might refer to as feminine. I loved singing and dancing, if you couldn't tell from yesterday's conference dinner. The colour pink, and wearing my mother's shoes and jewellery. Far from being natural inclinations, for me, these were unconscious acts of resistance, knowing I didn't fit well within the frame of what a boy or a man should be, at least in a Western context. Growing up queer in Australia, as Jack Kern explains, means adopting a position of silence. Abrasive as sandpaper, silence wears away at the resistance of its subjects, shuts down and disavows. The socially sanctioned silence is accompanied by feelings of shame and estrangement, and often results in hiding. As a little person, I was able to navigate this silence with some kind of blissful ignorance, knowing I was different, but not exactly realizing how much of an impact it would have on my life. As a teenager, however, I was expected to conform, to validate my decisions, my choices, my thoughts, to answer questions like, why don't you have a girlfriend? Why aren't you interested in sport? And why do you only spend time with girls? Which is a bit ironic considering I was supposed to be sexually attracted to girls. Growing up in suburban Australia in the 1990s meant my way of being in the world wasn't represented in the books I read, the movies I watched, or the museums that I visited. These cultural products, including museums, maintained the silence. This in turn led me to silence myself, to push off the questioning to pretend to be attracted to women, if you can believe it, and to ultimately hide what I now understand to be the brightest and most beautiful aspects of who I am. Silence can be overwhelming, and if you're lucky, like me, you find a way to cut through the silence. I came out at the age of 19. And now, 35 years old, and I know some of you know this, today is my 35th birthday. You're welcome. I still love singing and dancing. I adore the colour pink, if this picture doesn't explain that. And rather than wearing my mother's shoes and jewellery, I buy my own. This experience of growing up queer in Australia is a common one. It's not mine alone. And while coming out stories like mine can be associated with affirmation and in many cases pride, that shouldn't allow us to forget the confusion, the hurt, the deep sadness, the shame, and the silence. We should not forget that my story and the stories of others like me are stories of deep-rooted structural exclusion. Exclusion, rather than being intentional, this is intentionally blank, is an effect of largely unexamined structures and long-held practices that inform mainstream societies. Exclusion exists everywhere, and it is widely acknowledged that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer lives have been historically excluded from museums internationally. Now, the most common response to exclusion is to promote social inclusion as an ideal and a practice that attempts to build greater access to places, spaces, and products. And while the intentions that couch social inclusion are admirable and something that museums should support generally, simply getting through the doors, those who have been excluded historically, fails to grapple with some of the more complex questions about the structural relationships between exclusion and the heteronormative logics that inform museum practice. So more than creating access for those whose identities are othered, museums do have a role to represent diversity in all its forms. However, when it comes to LGBTIQ+ representation in museums, inclusion in the space of museums all too often means inclusion within the parameters of sexual normalcy. Many LGBTIQ+ collections and exhibitions are characterized by a focus on identity-based rights, histories, and political struggles, and structured as linear progressive narratives, which often end in things like marriage equality. This kind of inclusion and its many incarnations fails to critically interrogate the many and varied ways in which notions of gender and sexuality are culturally constructed in contextually specific ways and in relations to other vectors of identity. So how does a museum move beyond the limits of social inclusion? Well, as we all know, we've all said this, there is no one way. Every museum is different. So what I want to do today is share with you some examples of my own curatorial practices that in some very ambitious and other completely unremarkable ways challenge heteronormativity in the museum. So in most cases, a core function of museums is to collect. And when I started working in a museum, I noticed a distinct lack of queer histories, lives, and stories on display. There's a slide missing, and I worked really hard on it. It said heterosexuality only. So in asking my colleagues why this might be the case, I received one common response. We have no gay objects. So if we accept this statement uncritically, it kind of makes sense that if a museum doesn't have any objects categorized in a particular way, they can't possibly tell the story. Well, it didn't make sense to me, and it got me asking more questions, but one in particular. What is a queer object? What exactly was I asking my colleagues for? Was I looking for a rainbow flag? Was I looking for a protest sign? Was I looking for a drag queen's costume? And does that mean that all queer objects are evidently so? That there's some essential quality about them that makes them queer? At the National Museum of Australia, we have, oh, there it is, it's backwards. How about that? It's beautiful. At the National Museum of Australia, we have objects like that. We've got rainbow flags, we've got badges for equality, we've got shoes from a drag queen's collection. And objects like this and their stories are extremely important. However, what these collections do is support the assumption that LGBTIQ+ objects are self-evident, which leads to limited interventions that ultimately do little or nothing to challenge heteronormative logic and the structural role it plays in museum practice. And in making this critique, I'm not suggesting that these collections have no value. Rather, my claim is that in failing to critically analyse the structural roots of exclusion and unquestioningly reproducing the underlying logic of heteronormativity, such collections undermine their own attempts to overcome exclusion. They shift and expand the boundaries of social inclusion, but do not challenge the paradigm that underpins it. So to address this, the National Museum of Australia this year launched an LGBTIQ+ collecting project. Our project attempts to build the National Historical Collection in the space of LGBTIQ+ and towards a more complex understanding of queer lives. Collections that emerge from this project will be informed by a community-engaged approach to collecting that is letting go of the curatorial reins, the assumptions we make about what is queer and what's not queer, and ensuring that any significance of collections is determined by the communities whose stories we are intending to share. Now I want to show you something that I've recently collected. This is a yellow tie. When you look at this object, I wonder what you think about. You might ask, who wore this tie and at which event? You might think about manufacturing. Is this a tie from a well-known fashion designer? What you're probably not thinking about is LGBTIQ family formation and 70 years of discrimination against gay men in regional Australia. Well, this tie and an identical tie like it belonged to Andrew and Bill, a same-sex couple from a place called Newcastle in regional New South Wales. Because of their same-sex status, their long-time insurer refused to grant them family health care. Long story short, there was a major court case that's spearheaded by Andrew and Bill's story that fundamentally altered the legal understanding of the term family in an Australian context. And at every court appearance, Andrew and Bill wore yellow ties and yellow socks. Now, if the story ended there, it kind of, for me, that's a little bit boring. It's just saying these are queer people wearing something and they had this part of their life and that's why we've collected this. So this object, what becomes important is the colour. In the 1950s in their town of Newcastle, police targeted men who had sex with men, following them around, trying to catch them in the act. Once arrested, men's names would be published in the local paper, outing them, which in the 1950s caused way more than shame. It would have impacted their marriages, their social status, and their employment status. These police raids were known as the Yellow Socks Affair. One of the men targeted owned a clothing shop, and at this time, the theme of their shop window was yellow. This story and its association with police violence against gay men is mythologised in the Newcastle community. And so when Andrew and Bill in the 1990s undertook their legal battle, they too wore yellow to connect with this much longer history of discrimination. What this object does is embody a story and a history of queer lives through its association with sartorial style and colour. Now, collecting is only one way for museums to represent queer lives. So let's shift our focus to interpretation. And this is where the term queer comes into play. Queering the museum, writes Amy Levin, requires us to question every aspect of the institution, including our own professional identities and dispositions. It requires us to acknowledge that there are and have always been competing worldviews, different ways of knowing, doing, and being that are rarely accorded equal status. The aim of queering is to problematise heteronormative ways of knowing and the inequitable effects of such, and to open up possibilities of being, knowing, and doing otherwise. To demonstrate how this manifests in display, I want to share an example with you from an exhibition called Queering the Museum. This project was a collaboration with 10 LGBTIQ+ identified people, each of whom was invited to choose an object or objects from the History Trust of South Australia's collections and write a label that focused on gender and or sexuality from their own perspective. I'm going to talk about the picture on the right. This display was created by Barbara Baird and Vicky Rich and was titled Blue Swimmers. It featured 2 items from the South Australian Maritime Museum's collection: a 1950s blue wool bathing costume with the name Mrs. Stone on a tag stitched inside, and a freestanding sign featuring the words "Tour at Own Risk," which once adorned the quayside at Port Adelaide. The text panel that accompanied this display functioned as a tool to create connections between objects rather than a statement of fact about the objects and why they were collected by the Maritime Museum. Their text reads, "One of us had a gym teacher in high school called Mrs. Stone. We got thinking about stone butchers, women who sometimes passed as men, who made love to other women but did not want to be touched themselves. We can only imagine the dangerous tour of which the sign warns. We wondered about the risks that women who cross the boundaries of sexual and gender respectability might have taken." Now, this display did not suggest that the swimming costume was owned or worn by the so-called teacher, Mrs. Stone, nor did it make assumptions about the sexuality and or gender identity of the owner. But what it did do was affirm the role of museums in the making of meaning that is often promoted as fact or truth, and at the same time challenges the idea that object interpretation is largely apolitical and determined by apolitical universal values such as historical accuracy, significance, and so on. Now, drawing on this logic, the National Museum of Australia recently published a visual essay that queered objects in the National Historical Collection. And these are 2 examples. I'm going to talk about the bear. This bear is from a collection called the Susan and Andrew Gibson Collection, which is a large collection of toys from the mid-1920s to the mid-1930s. The statement of significance says, "The collection has been preserved largely intact by the family and therefore offers a rich insight into childhood and the nature of play from that era." Now, what tends to happen all too often in museums is that objects like this will only ever be displayed in this context, which excludes other ways of understanding the less tangible and functional aspects of our collections. So to challenge this, the accompanying text works to open up interpretation and focuses on one aspect of this collection, the simple fact that it is a bear, and accompanied with the words, "Bear is a slang term in gay male culture. It describes a hairier and often heavy-set male who identifies as gay or bisexual. The ruggedly masculine appearance of bears has worked to not only challenge assumptions of gay male aesthetics, but also the very idea of masculinity." So using text as a visual medium and juxtaposing it with the object opens up space to explore and indeed represent an idea prevalent in queer subculture without the need for collections identified as such. Now, these are just, some of many ways of applying a queer approach to collections and exhibitions and to curatorship in an attempt to challenge what we think we know about museum practice and object interpretation. Now, in closing, I want to encourage those of us tasked with the privilege of constructing histories, contributing to historical records, to have the courage to challenge our own prejudices and the prejudices of others through the choices we make. For every choice we make as curators, an omission is also taking place. So ask yourself and your colleagues, who are we centering and why? Whose perspective is being excluded and why? And who is constructing the narrative and what is their, your, and my relationship with those being interpreted? And if you do this, you can help to break the silence. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Craig. Do you want to grab a seat? Yes. Come join us. I don't need this one. One too many. Thank you both for really fantastic and really, really interesting and exciting presentations.
I do have my own questions, but I'm going to save them and I'm going to open up to the floor because I'm sure that you all have very many questions. So, Diego.
Well, first of all, wonderful presentation, both of you. And especially during Craig's presentation, I start to wonder myself, based on the experience you brought, and I only want to pose this question because I thought you both brought like extraordinary examples of curatorial practices in museum. If most of the practices you bring about curatorial, most of the things you brought about curatorial practice in museum, it means that you should think, how can you transform this practice? Or should we, and this may be, I ask to borrow your term, like a queer idea, to abandon completely the idea of curatorial practice in museum and start to think about other ways to research and acquire in such a way that those things got more incorporated in the world of museum. So that's the question I would like to make to both of you.
Thank you. That's a good question. I think, queering the museum is one critical approach to curatorship, but I would hate to think that it would be adopted as a best practice. And I think that's the beauty of queering the museum, because it's not defined. It can be applied to different contexts. It can, it's about unpacking and thinking differently. It has no end. And so, I think, this is just one way of doing it. And I would never even imagine that, it's the only way I would want to, approach all interpretation in the museum, because actually, it might not work for everybody in terms of visitors. But I think, I think that for me, the beauty of it is that it has endless possibility, depending on your perspective, your positionality, your lived experience, and those who you work with. I probably didn't really answer that well.
Do I have to answer also? I was listening to you, so I forgot the question.
Well,
I think curatorial practice is a broad range of subjects, going from public program to education to the exhibition is just one of the things. I think what I found in our museum is that on different key positions there were people who brought in lived experience, and basically through their practice rather than just to give you an example, up until I think a few years ago, you had to be an art historian to be the head of research. I didn't do art history, I did history of art, which means I can look at an object and tell you when it was made approximately and why. I have no idea who made it, because it's not important. It's just the only thing that's important is why was it made and what did it do to the culture. So by basically putting someone who does history of art instead of art history into the head of research context, you get a different type of research, right? So it's really then I think about what competencies, is that the right word? You hire into which position. So which is the position that you are trying to transform? And then eventually, I think what worked well for us is that it's a cluster. It's not just me. There's someone on education, there's someone on marketing, there's someone, and then we come together and we're like, oh yeah, let's do this. So there's a certain enthusiasm also. And what I said earlier, it is because our director is willing to put himself on the, because all glory to him at the end of the day. It's always the director who did it. But I think it's very, yeah. So that's what I think with a curatorial practice. It's not just one thing. The exhibition may be the last thing you change, but you can change what happens in the background. And there's a lot happening in the background that the audiences don't see but have a direct influences on how they experience. And I always say if an exhibition is made with love and care, the audience feels it. They feel it the moment they walk in. It's simple as that.
Can I just respond to this, just to say that like there is no one curatorial practice. You're right, and I think, you know, like we've talked about through this whole conference, there's no one way to do accessibility. There's no one way to do, you know, so when we think about our own practice, we should never adopt, you know, best practice, the ICOM Code of Ethics or anything as a rule book. The definition is not a rule book. It can help you, and you've got to find those aspects of how it can help you and be potentially guided. But, you know, if you're so bound down into really defining a particular practice, then you're undermining the potential of other ways of knowing, being, and doing. And I think, you know, at the core, you know, the taxonomizing of the world, our social status, our class, our ethnicities, you know, that's in many ways where a lot of these issues come from. And so then we try to taxonomize the way we're addressing them, and it undermines it, in my opinion.
Thank you. I think Tina had a question.
Hi, I'm Tina. I'm the one with a sand colored dotted dress. I have a question. Charles, you mentioned, maybe I understood you wrong, there was something like a slightly backlash or something coming back from the society because you have changed practices. And I wonder if it's something like this. We have gender texts on the website and in some exhibitions, or gender neutral text, and someone is saying, we shouldn't use more gender neutral text because our old audiences, they feel offended if we use too much gender text. So they fear a lot about these old audiences who owned our museums. So is it something like this? And I think it applies for both museums. Is there something like a fear of backlash of the old audiences? Or how do you handle this?
I think it's precisely that. You know, people don't like change. And specifically people who hold power, people who hold status in society don't want things to change when it looks like this means that their status or power or position might be undermined in any way, shape or form. And this will automatically create a backlash. That is, you know, as I always say, the money is right-wing. So you can have extremely left-wing practices, but the money is always right-wing. And how do you negotiate that? I think that's the issue.
I'm going to respond as well. And, you know, that when we say old audiences, when we say core audiences, I was just having this conversation, those people aren't some amorphous thing that has emerged naturally from the ground. We choose those people. We choose them and we choose to cater for them. And we're scared to change that. But we have the power to change that. But we continue to choose and choose and choose out of fear of what? I'm not sure. The money, the right-wing money.
I'm gonna sneakily slip in my question because it's related. So apologies, audience, I can't help myself. So my question was and it's partly related to audio description work that Hannah has done on describing diversity. It's that question of default and that question of naming. And I was really interested, Charles, in what you said about the fact that the decision was taken to not name anything because there was, you know, because of the fundamental issues of naming the default. And I just wanted to know, you know, I know you said you were happy to go with, you know, you were happy to just go with whatever, you know, at this stage. But I kind of wanted to know what you both thought about naming and how, again, it relates to your comment, Craig, about taxonomy and kind of this balance between naming and challenging the default and then becoming just a list of names, essentially. So should we name, should we not, is my question.
I was happy to, how do I say it? Certain changes are not about what the outcome is, but rather how the change changes the structure. I hope that makes sense. So by posing this question, what are we going to do? Are we going to go left or are we going to go right? You force the organization to make a choice. You force the organization to think about it and make a choice. My conclusion was, oh, it's too difficult to say that, you know, I was like Bruce Nauman. When you say Bruce Nauman, I think a German. Ah, but he's from America. So why doesn't it say American artist, right? So that apparently is so difficult that we'd rather not say it to, that we'd rather not call anyone. So I'm like, it's fine. If that's the decision the organization then makes or the group makes. So I think maybe in a year or two we'll go to naming everybody specifically, but you need to, it's a group process and you have to take the group on the route. So you can think, I want it like this, but what I want is not that important. What is important is how do you take the whole organization through this process of and then end up where you want to be. And I think that's like a more long-term, I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's a long-term approach. It's not about getting results tomorrow. It's about getting results in 10 years from now, right?
In terms of naming, I think, you know, again, there's no one way to do it, right? So I'm thinking about the queer people who I know, some transgender identified people. I think we heard about this morning when we heard from Sinead about some people wanting to openly identify and other people don't. That goes for the same in trans communities. Some trans people have transitioned their gender and don't want to stand out, and that's okay. And others are absolutely happy for it to be a core part of who they are and their identity and how they share that and express that. And I think, you know, when we work with people, we've got to take their lead. And this is another conversation I was having earlier, you know, in terms of that acronym that I use, LGBTIQ, there's a million ways to write that acronym, but if I'm not working with any particular one who identifies as part of that acronym, the letter drops out of the acronym because I'm not working with them. And you've got to take the lead from the communities, how they identify, how they want to identify, and it might not sit well with your own political perspectives, and that's okay. You know, we've got to be okay being not okay.
One more thing I would like to say about it, because it was also a problem of the collection. So I'm an artist, say you have one of my pieces in your museum, I'm dead, and we're talking 50 years from now. I was born in Suriname, I was raised in Holland, right? I'm black. So unless you ask me specifically how I identify, now in retrospective, you cannot say if I was a Surinamese artist, a Dutch artist, or a European artist, unless you have asked me. So with the dead artist, you know, we cannot say who they are because we never asked them, right? So that also forms, so now in our practice, when we buy new artworks, we ask all these questions. How do you want to be identified? What do we have to put on the card? You know, we ask them all these different questions, so the process is much more extended, and we don't assume anything anymore. So.
Thank you. I could go on, but I won't.
Monique Horth from Ingenium. Thank you very much, both of you, for your wonderful conversation. I can go on all day. Charles, you mentioned the fact that your institution now is a focal point for critique, that you're too woke. You're in the news every week. How do you manage that? Serendipitously, or do you have a plan and a whole team?
Just breathe. Just breathe. I think that the focus of the critique has been my director and myself. And, you know, you just breathe and get a coach. And, yeah. Because I also want to say that if you hire a queer person, a black person, a person with a disability, or whatever person who's not normative, and as this person then starts, without them wanting to, being the representatives of your change, you have to take care of them, because the burden that this person is under is if you're white, straight, cisgender, male, yeah, it's, I can't even start to, but it's important to, and I always say one is none. So if you hire, you can't just hire one black person, or just hire one queer person, or just hire one person with a disability. One is none. You're making this person the, how do you say it? The token in your organization, and you want to avoid that by having a broad range of people with a different background than yourself in the organization to actually make change happen. One person can't do it.
Any more questions?
Hello, this is Amparo Lehman Pino. And my question for both of you is, both of you are in a position of power within your organization. But what happens with people that want to either create change or open these conversations when they don't have titles such as head of or senior curator, but they're there and they're struggling, or they've been tokenized or otherized, or whatever it is, attitudes of exclusion, or they want to move things within the organization?
It's a great question. I think, for me, I don't do the work that I do for me. I moved through my childhood and I moved through those challenges, and now the work that I'm doing is to try help, other people growing up in Australia, which, despite maybe what people think is a deeply conservative country, with a deep colonial problem. And, so I'm that, because of my activism, because of my politics, because of my professional, I can only speak for myself, I talk to those people, I bring those people along, I include them in exhibition projects. An example, which has nothing to do with queerness, we've got an exhibition coming at the end of the year, which is about ancient Egypt, of all things. And, there is a person at a very sort of junior level in the museum who has Egyptian heritage. And I'm the lead curator. I do not have Egyptian heritage. And, I was like, well, I need those people who hold that cultural knowledge, their background, their heritage to, if they choose, be part of the process. And so, we offer invitations. They come to all of the project meetings. But, this also goes to the cultural load question. Simply because of that person's, identity as an Egyptian, it's an invitation, and they need to decide if that's what they want to do. Just like I decide that I want to do queer work, and I'm happy to be the token because I have an agenda behind that, but not everybody wants that. Not every First Nations person wants to do First Nations work. They want to come into the National Museum and study convict history, it's about creating a space. And, again, I can only speak to what I do. I attempt as much as I can, with all my blind spots, with all my privilege, to create those spaces and create those possibilities. And so far, it's taken 4 years for me to even get to a point where I have a collection project. This is a slow game, a very slow game, because it's structural. It's, I could leave the museum and do amazing queer stuff, be fun, but I don't know what it would do.
What I would like to, I totally agree with everything Craig said. What I'm trying to do is, this is what I meant earlier, where you have to accept what it is. You can't, she's an old lady, this museum. She's 125-year-old. She's not going to change, right? But what you can do is maybe change how the inner workings are of the ship. And by doing that, what I try to do is, you don't need me to keep the door open. I want to change the inner workings of the museum, so if I'm there or not there, the people you are talking to about still have entrance into the museum. And now too often I have to open the door, but I don't want that. I want the door to be open and they can walk in. So that's the long game that you're talking about.
And if you go too hard with your ambition, sometimes you alienate people. You can't bring them along on the journey. And then again, you undermine what you're trying to do. And so I don't want to speak for you, but my ambition is here. What I achieve is here. But what I've achieved are small incremental steps that I think when I'm gone will have made an impact. And that's good enough for me.
And that means sometimes to answer your question, you just swallow. You're just like, yeah, you're just like, yeah, you know, you can't win every game. But there was one thing that I have to say, and this is what I really want to talk to you about, the support of your people. I had a few experiences where, you know, I come into the meeting and the people, the external, don't have an idea that I'm actually the one giving them the job and they totally ignore me or being racist or whatever. And then I talked to my director about it and I was like, you know, I acted in the interest of the museum. And I'm like, but, you know, this is, and he was like, I don't want you to act in the interest of the museum. I want you to act as yourself because you are the museum now in that meeting, right? And that liberated me. Can you imagine what that did to me? Because now if someone is rude, I just stop the meeting and I send them away, right? Because this is also part of the change where when externals come to your organization, they learn to respect the change that is in the organization. But they're so not used to a black person actually having the lead or being the one that's giving you the job, or maybe a queer person that is giving you the job, or maybe someone with a disability that's giving you the job, right? That they will overlook you, try and be rude, you know, trying to do all these kind of things. And this is where the organization needs to back their people who are doing the changing, so to speak, for them, right? So yeah, I don't like pain porn, you know, I don't want to talk about suffering, but I really want you to understand this, that it's so important to back your people, Yeah.
I could listen all day, and I just want to say it's been an honor to moderate such a fantastic session with such fantastic speakers. So if you'll all join me in thanking Craig and Charles for their really insightful presentation.
Thank you, three of you. Now, we just remain one session. Yeah, we through the really long way, yeah, for 3 days, about 50 presentations. So we will have only one session left. And this is a special session with 4 Korean museums cases. Please welcome our last presentation moderator, Won-ju Seo.
Thank you. My name is Won-ju. As introduced, I'm the moderator of the last session, and well, I'm fully aware that it is an international conference, but as I was told that every presenter will be presenting in Korean, so I felt a bit awkward to moderating in English myself. So basically, I'll be moderating in Korean, and I speak English. I depend on the situations, okay? So before we proceed with the presentations, unless you are multilingual, including Korean, I strongly recommend you to place an interpreter in your ear, and we'll then invite the first presenter of this session. Let me just quickly check his name. Okay, 그럼 in Korean.
Now let me proceed in Korean. Let us now invite Chung-hee Lee from the National Aviation Museum of Korea. He will speak under the title of the Barrier-Free Diagnosis and Improvement Direction from the museum point of view regarding the application of the National Aviation Museum of Korea's Barrier-Free.
Hi everyone. I'm speaking in Korean. Yeah. 제가 오늘
On my way here, I looked up at the sky because I am from the Aviation Museum after all. So I have the habit of really looking up at the sky often. I was not somebody who worked in museums for a long time, but I have to say that I study statistics. I'm a statistics major. And last year I started working in the museum, and because I am now working in the museum, there was one thing that really stood out for me. Right now, I'm the head of the facility and safety team. Because I'm working in a new environment, in a new place, I was able to see that the facilities in the museum, there were a lot of issues regarding the facilities and issues of safety, particularly the barrier-free problem that was really an issue for our museum. Before coming to this museum, I worked on cultural diversity. I was a researcher of cultural diversity, and in studying that, I thought about cultural enjoyment, that everyone must get the ability, must have the opportunity to enjoy and access culture. And that is something meaning that I could really research almost anything because it's so interdisciplinary, but I did not get to study barrier-free access for a very long time. But now that I was working in a museum, I was able to see that ensuring barrier-free access really is so important to really ensure a museum that is open for all. And so that is why today I wanted to focus on access. Now, in approaching this issue of barrier-free, in Korea, there is a certification system for barrier-free. So this led me to studying the system, and I thought of maybe I could do a diagnosis of the system to look at the pros and cons and maybe even provide some food for thought on ways to improve this barrier-free certification system. National Aviation Museum of Korea has been certified barrier-free, but we still have a long way to go. So I wanted to talk about the cases of barrier-free and the direction forward for improvement. As you know, barrier-free, the definition for this, simply put, is to try to ensure that the planning, design, construction, and management for not just the disabled, but children, the elderly, pregnant women, as well as those with temporary disabilities, do not experience inconvenience in accessing, using, and moving around individual facilities and areas. In Korea, the barrier-free system is in place, and I know there's relevant legislation in many certain countries. In Korea, we also have a law, an act on the guarantee of convenience for persons with disabilities, elderly, pregnant women, etc. But this is really focusing on ease of mobility. This act focuses on individual facilities. There are also some acts that also deal with regional access.
장애인, 노인, 임산부 등의 편의 증진 보장에 관한 법률이라.
There is an act on the promotion of transportation convenience for the transport disadvantaged in terms of regional access. there are certain ordinances that are being provided at the local government level.
그다음에 저희 이제 그 인증을 위해서는 이제
The certification is broken down into 3 grades. The highest grade that you can get is if you score more than 90 out of a total score of 100. That's a highest grade. And there's excellent grade, which is from between 80 to 90 points. And then the general grade. So there are 3: highest, excellent, and general. In our case, the National Aviation Museum received the excellent grade. I try to diagnose the issues that we have with the current BF certification system. This system has been in place since 2008 in the case of Korea. But there are some limitations regarding the system. So first of all, there is a lack of activation of the system. This means that for it to be widely used, and we really have to look at the realistic concerns regarding barrier-free access. But mostly it's seen as a checklist, something that you just have to do if you're building something. Oh, it's just perceived as an additional piece of regulation. And then there are also limitations for the BF certification targets. Our museum is quite young. We're just about 3 years old. So we were able to apply this early on from the design of the building. But then there are some buildings that are very old, historic buildings. So they would have to come up with structural changes in order to comply with the BF certification, and that would be very difficult for them to do. We would have to expand the scope of these certification targets. There are also 8 different agencies that carry out the certification, and this is kind of a big problem in Korea, that the certification agencies, they carry out the certification, but there was one news article that showed how one of the certification agencies, although they carry out the certification on behalf of the government, their own agency building, the headquarters of their building, was not barrier-free. I wanted to include that in my presentation, but I didn't. In any case, this barrier-free certification system is still current and underway. There are 3 things that I wanted to point out for improvements of the system. So first, there needs to be budgetary support for continuous operation of the BF certification. In our case, because we are a National Aviation Museum, we receive a budget from the federal government. And I do think that this is true not just of Korea, but it's true of other countries. The budget really dictates a lot of our activities. But there are other things that we have to worry ourselves about, certain like exhibition purposes and other different programs and projects and activities. But I have to say that barrier-free budget is very small, so there needs to be sufficient budgetary support so that organizations can carry out the barrier-free structural improvements that are necessary. Secondly, I do think that there would be some temporal limitations. This means that although right now there could not be some structural improvements made for the moment, that in the future there can be these accommodations that could be made. It's important that these accommodations be done wherever they are spotted as soon as possible. Ever since I came to join the facilities and safety team at our museum, every time we spot something that we can't fix right away, we try to do so because we know that over time it would become more difficult to carry out the accommodations. Also, I do think that the certification agencies, their level of quality should be improved. Right now, these certification agencies, they approach the certification in a kind of manual ad hoc process. So I do think that the evaluation should be a little bit more standardized and consistent. This is the certificate that we received at our organization. We received the certificate in 2020, and it is valid until 2025. We received excellent grade. These are some of the good cases, the best practices that we have at the National Aviation Museum. On the left-hand side is a sign language kiosk. It's a kiosk that offers sign language translation service. And I don't know if you had the chance to come to our museum, but we don't have any small barriers or doorsteps that one has to cross over. And we also have good signage and stickers for the guides. In preparing for this presentation, I also tried to look at those things that we aren't doing quite a good job in. For example, if we get on the elevator, we still don't have Braille instructions on the elevator buttons. This is something that we are currently working on. And for some of the exhibitions, in some of the guides and signage for the blind community, we don't have them in Braille either. And the evacuation map is also not written in Braille in case of emergency. I do think that these are some of the priorities that we have to tackle. As you can see here on the right-hand side, there's a kiosk. On the bottom right-hand picture, there's a kiosk and there's a help desk there. So there is a help desk for non-disabled persons, and then there's a lower help desk for disabled persons, but the lower desk is not currently operational, so this is something that we have to change right away. This is all that I've prepared for today. I just wanted to say that we do have a big turnout today from many different countries represented here. I think that we are all facing similar challenges in our respective organizations. Now, if you also have similar concerns, if you can reach out to us and let us know, that would be very helpful for us as well.
Thank you very much, Manager Lee Chung-hee, for your presentation. He presented under Korea's barrier-free certification and used the example of the National Aviation Museum. He did mention that there are institutions in charge of barrier-free, but that institution is not barrier-free, in fact. And so it's great to be aware of these challenges for future development. Next, let's go on to the presentation titled Vocational Education for People with Disabilities in Connection with Local Public Art Museums, focusing on Seongbuk Museum of Art. We will be inviting curator Sung-eun An from Seongbuk Museum of Art. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. It's a great pleasure to address you, and it's a great pleasure to be able to join you today. It was a great pleasure to be with you throughout the last 3 days, and thank you very much for joining us. I am Sung-eun An, and I am in my 30s. I'm an Asian woman, and I am 156. I am of normal weight. I have a navy jacket with over a white skirt and really cute socks, although you can't really see. I'm a curator, and I work at the Seongbuk Museum of Art. Today I would like to share with you a story of what we do every day at our Museum of Art. You may be a little bit tired because it's in the afternoon. Feel free to stretch as you listen to my presentation. As you have already heard, my title is Vocational Education for People with Disabilities in Connection with Local Public Art Museums. This research is on the independent living for people with disabilities and their employment. So we need to create an environment where we can be with people with disabilities and help them with employment. The research was conducted by myself and Keun Che. It seems that the slides are turning a little bit late. So before we start any project, we always ask this question: what are we striving for? And this question has two parts. First is the today, the technology, the environment, about us. And then on the flip side, the faces that look at us and their stories. With whom and what is not just about the people that we actually face, but it also encompasses community, artistic impressions, and social networks as well. So, who are we with to do what? That actually is about what we're going to do in the current times. During this conference, you have seen this definition quite a bit. This is the new museum definition adopted in ICOM Prague 2022. Open to the public, accessibility, inclusiveness, diversity, and sustainability have been added as keywords. So in Korea, we are applying these words, and we have many participatory programs, and we are seeing improvements across museums. Today, I would like to talk about Seongbuk Museum of Art. This is located in Seoul in the district of Seongbuk, and this was Korea's first art museum that was operated by the Autonomous District, and it was opened in 2009. Seongbuk is a region where many people, many influential figures, especially in art, lived in the modern times. And so we have a house that contains traces of Che Man-rin, a representative first-generation sculptor of Korean abstract sculpture. And we also have research and archiving space that dreams of growing into a mecca for Korean modern and contemporary sculpture. We also have a creative lab that supports and nurtures creator in the visual arts field and prepares people for the future. We also have an open museum where you can come to enjoy formative elements of art. We also have a children's museum. And we have close collaboration with the local community, and that really is what makes our museum stand out. At our museum, we take a look at various accessibility measures. We have had accessibility measures for many people with disabilities, such as touchpads for people with visual impairment. We also have mobile exhibitions. We also have archives that has audio. And we also have various contents in various forms. And we also create space that feels safe for everyone. And so we have worked on establishing infrastructure that is suitable for a diverse audience. While exploring accessibility measures at more diverse levels, it has been confirmed that through discussions related with experts, the ultimate goal of such program for people with disabilities is their employment and independence. That is why we started this research. So this conference talked about inclusive museums from various perspectives, and I was able to relate to the discussion, and it served as an opportunity for me to rethink what is an inclusive museum. Inclusive museum is a concept that includes diversifying not only the audience, but also the museum workforce. So it's diversification of not only the visitors, but also the workforce. We need diversity of the workforce along with the diversity of visitors. When we talk about anti-discrimination measures for employment, there are many examples that we can see. And many companies in the world talk about how they do not discriminate people in their employment. For people with disabilities to work at the museum means that there is accessible infrastructure physically, and regardless of whether you have a disability, we need to have a consensus of working together. We have had docents and docents for people with visual impairment, and those are the only cases where people with disabilities have been hired for museums, especially if you have developmental disabilities. There are no instances of being hired at museums. And so we focused on coming up with work that can be performed by people with different abilities. And so depending on the ability of different people, we believe that we can provide education and practice. And so exhibition space keepers are the jobs that we decided that we want to start with, because we go from the process of employment, education and training, and working together. In our research, we wanted to expand the experience of people with different abilities working together. And so we worked with youth with developmental disabilities, and we had one-on-one matching so that there could be peer training. Concerning the methodology for education and training, we have had various concerns, and we found this research by Heidi Kachner, and I want to quote from them. So, for hallmarks of a successful volunteer program, you need shared vision, you need communities of practice, you need experimental learning, you need continuing education, followed by evaluation. For our research, we have conducted 5 education and training sessions, and we also talked about what it is to work together, and we also had re-education programs. At our museum, there are 6 spaces, and we decided that the Children's Museum would be the best place for the people with disabilities to work at as exhibition space keepers. Everyone works at an art museum. That is our slogan for this program. So we have had many stakeholders related to disabilities working together to design this program. In this picture, you are able to see the experts that participated in the research. As a pre-program, we worked with experts in special education, practitioners with special education, as well as people with disabilities, to talk about what actual advice we could receive from them. And in hiring, we wanted to hire trainees, as this was a research project, and we also wanted to hire people between the ages of 19 to 20. So 3 who were between the ages of 19 to 20 with developmental disabilities, and 6 people without disabilities. So in order to have actual understanding of the work that everyone had to do, we actually went on to demonstration, situational play, and peer learning. So we had opportunities to introduce each other and greet each other, and we also shared any rules that we needed to keep, and we also had role play to learn about different roles that we had to play, and we also talked about how we feel in working at the museum, and we talked about how we are all very special. So we wanted to create a training environment where we were facing each other, and we also had activities at the actual space where they would be working. So the work took place in August, and after the work was completed, we provided a certificate of completion. We had 2 people work in teams, and they also provided feedback to each other after their sessions. So in order to work together, they needed to build trust, and so promises were made so that they could work respectfully with one another, and these promises were made regardless of one's ability. And so you would be working with people with different abilities, and so it was a new experience, but I do believe that it's quite same if you are meeting people without disabilities. So it doesn't matter whether you're meeting people with disabilities or without disabilities. It's always awkward when you first meet someone new. And so we went through this ice-breaking period, and we also had in-depth interviews of the participants. So I don't have too many slides left. And we could see that many people had high expectations about what the future would hold for them, and we had opportunities to share their impressions during the last day when we handed out the certification of completion. In November, we worked with the Seongbuk Welfare Center for people with disabilities, and we hope to hire some of the participants as our permanent employees in the future. And so we will be providing more internship opportunities, employment opportunities, and vocational training opportunities in the future. Here you can see the contents that were created throughout this process. So while talking to Hong Ye-ji, who was conducting this program, we had opportunities to ask people with developmental disabilities about what they dreamed to become in the future. Many of them wanted to become someone who made coffee, and because they thought that it was a really cool job. So according to research by the Korea Employment Center for People with Disabilities, mental disability, 11% of those with mental disabilities find jobs, and for those with developmental disabilities, they are always hired for manufacturing or simple service positions. But people who participated in our program had opportunities to participate in something new, and now they can dream about another future, and they had opportunities to talk to university students or people with different abilities. And so this small program could be an opportunity for someone to change their dreams and change the course of their lives. That actually was what we wanted to achieve through our dreams and our programs. So if we take a look at the role of museums, it would be that we teach people or we invite people to learn to live and work with people with various abilities. And we were able to create this great practice of vocational education for people with disabilities. We do hope that we will be able to go on to future projects. Thank you very much.
네, 안성.
Thank you very much, An Song-eun, for your presentation. Listening to the presentations, I have to say that I personally feel that the most important elements will be found in your presentation materials, which is that the museums have to change themselves from within. And I thought that in listening to the presentation, that we are all also members of the disabled community. It's just that there's a timing difference and we may not be there yet, but we will all become disabled in the future eventually. So we have to consider ourselves to be all members of this community. She showed us a VNA, a photo about 20 years ago. I think it was 2004 or 5. I remember going to the VNA Museum for a consultation, and I remember at the time there was a curator who was a disability officer. She or he was also visually impaired, she could not go around or walk around, navigate without a guard dog. But obviously, she did an excellent job at the V&A Museum as a disability officer, so that was quite inspirational for me. We'll now move on to the next presentation. This presenter came from far away down south, all the way in the southernmost tip of Korea, who's going to be talking about the case study on the development of interactive science exhibition at the National Lighthouse Museum. Please welcome Kim Song-hee of the National Lighthouse Museum.
It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Song-hee Kim, Senior Curator at the National Lighthouse Museum in South Korea. This is my first time seeing you, and I hope we'll meet next conference, and then next conference, and next conference. Yes, I will hope. And so it's my great pleasure to be here again, and with my update on papers. And I introduced my research on the concept as navigation museum, and introduced National Lighthouse Museum in Korea. And I'm sure the photo they show you how the Korean Lighthouse Museum has been realized. And let me begin. I'm going to speak Korean to more effective communication. Thank you. 네, 지금부터 한국어로 제가 또 말씀드리도록.
So I would like to speak in Korean now. This is the lobby of our museum. We opened last year. So are we okay? Yes, I'm going to be discussing the fact that with the reopening last year, we built a new exhibition hall. About 27 billion wons of a budget was used for about 5 years, and of here, the permanent exhibition hall on the first floor comprises this new hall that we have created, and this is called Lighthouse Science Hall. It's a kind of interactive hall. So the first thing I want to discuss is the exhibited content and how we were able to create a Lighthouse Science Hall using storytelling mechanisms. And secondly is an exhibition coordination. It was an open route that we have created inside the Lighthouse Science Hall. So it could look a little bit messy and complicated, but we just wanted to show you how that was set up, and also we'd like to show you how the exhibition was curated and produced.
박물관 전경입니다. 네, 저희 박물관.
This is the view of our museum. It is located in Pohang in an area called Homigot in Gyeongsangbuk province. There might be some people who have had the chance to come visit us in Homigot Cape. It's in the easternmost tip. And this was built in 1985 in February, because if you take a look at the picture all the way, you see that Homigot Lighthouse, that white lighthouse on the right-hand side. This lighthouse was designated as a cultural heritage in 1982, and that's why in 1985 our museum was built. Oh, you can see that blue triangular roof, or that octagonal roof. That was the first building that we built, and since then we've had renovations and add-ons to the building, and last year we had the new add-on, the exhibition hall. It is the largest lighthouse professional museum in the world. Just a little bit about Homigot, the location that we are in. I think that the Korean audiences here would know, but the Korean peninsula that we are in, the southernmost tip of the Iberian Peninsula is Portugal. In our case, the easternmost tip of the peninsula is us. And there's a jutting out portion of the easternmost tip of Korea, and that area is called Homigot. It refers to the tail of the tiger. The quote is in Korean, refers to that jutting out portion. So it actually looks in the shape of a tiger's tail, a crouching tiger. And in the past, there were a lot of tigers that lived and roamed in the wilderness of the Korean peninsula. So that's why this is called 호미곶 in Korean. It's the shape of a crouching tiger. That crouching tiger figure, the shape, is what characterizes this area. We have 7 halls, and the total land area is about 20,000 square meters. That red building, the history hall, is right next to the exhibition hall, and then there's an education hall that was also built. It was actually a heritage hall, but it's a little bit old. Last year, we expanded our exhibition hall, as I mentioned before, and the education hall was also remodeled. And next year, we're going to be remodeling the experience hall as well. We also have this front entrance here. That's the information area. We cannot provide interpretation if the speaker does not speak into the microphone. And in the back, you would see next year, the experience hall is going to be remodeled, as I mentioned. So just a little bit more of our museum, looking at the layout. The exhibition hall is what's spread out here in terms of the layout. That on top
레이저 포인트. 네, 여기 보시.
So if you see here, that's on the first story, that is the permanent exhibition. And on the second floor, that's the landscape, what I wanted to discuss today, which is the Lighthouse Science Hall. So again, the permanent exhibition on the first floor, and in the second floor is the Lighthouse Science Hall. And earlier I mentioned the Heritage Hall, so that was remodeled into an education hall. So there are 2 education halls, and there's also a kids' play zone here for infants and young children. The first floor here for the Heritage Hall is typically about the lighthouse-related heritage, and on the second floor we provide experience opportunities. I worried about what we can best do to try to design and curate this area. We took about 5.4 billion Korean won as a budget in the renovation. This is the science hall. It's 59 meters squared, the second floor. It's not very large, so we wanted to try to create the best interactive space for children. I thought of an open floor plan. The reason for that is because the size is very limited. And also, the view from the second floor is quite beautiful because it really opens out right into the sea. But it could be a little bit dark because it's north-facing. We wanted to try to create as much interactive experiences as possible, and also to try to allow for open space where the children can roam around and wander around freely. The hallway is quite big, and we wanted to make use of this space. We didn't want this to be a dead area, an idle area. So we tried to create an open floor plan so that the museum goers can come in and go any which way they would like. So the direction would be open to them, and the children, the young museum audiences can play in any way they so desire. But there are some pros and cons here. The cons would be that there could be some congestion, and there could be some people who crowd around the more popular exhibits, and there might be some people who might get a little bit lost and feel confused about where to go. So that's why for that we try to use signage, and we do strong color contrast so that people can know which is which, and there are also guides stationed throughout. So in the end, this is how we were able to structure the hall. That's the sketch that we came up with. We came up with a lot of hand sketches and really brainstormed to try to come up with the exhibits. You can see that the entrance was changed. In the past, there was just one entrance where people would walk in and decide their own route. But now you can see that there are 5 entrances, 5 doors here. And the doors are all open. So the adults would know kind of where to go. But children, typically, they would stand in front and decide which door to go to, which door out of the 4 doors to choose. This is where the exhibit begins. And as I mentioned before, the surface area is not that bright, is not that big. So we tried to create a very colorful front entrance to try to entice the audiences. And when they come in, enticed by that, they would see that the space it feels bigger than it actually is. It was really effective, I think. The end result, we were quite satisfied. I showed you the floor plan, and now I'd like to show you the exact content that went into each of these different areas. I'm going to touch upon this later in the storytelling part, but this lighthouse science aspect could be a little bit difficult if we think about it. So I wanted to try to come up with a story in that it would be a lighthouse kingdom, and there are 5 villages there. So there's Light Village, and Sound Village, and Radio Waves Village, Energy Village, Navigation Village, and there are fairies living here. And the fairies would guide you through the experience. So this is the front entrance. This is where children can laugh and run around and play in. On the left-hand side, that's a void. Oh, that's the cube that you see there. That's a void. This is where many of the audience members typically take a lot of pictures here. It's the most Instagrammable area in the whole experience. So, and that area that you see on the back is the Lighthouse Science Hall. This is the entrance. That's how it was finalized in the end. As I mentioned before, I came up with this idea of the land of lighthouse, the lighthouse kingdom. And there are these 5 villages, and there are 5 fairies that live in each of the village. And they invite the audience members to come on an adventure with them. And these fairies, each of them represent the characteristics of the village. So the far left, you see where that fairy might be from. So that's from the Light Village. And maybe this village here with the siren on the top, that's the Sound Village fairy. And that with the sending out the waves, radio waves, that's the Radio Wave fairy. And the Energy Village and Village of Navigation fairy. So just looking at the characters, looking at these different characters, you can know right away, intuitively, where they would belong. We also wanted to look at the scientific principles that are included in the textbooks for elementary school, grade school children. So we wanted to incorporate as much of that into our content. I would like to show you all of the different content that we have in the museum, but we have a time limitation. So I'm just going to show you the Sound Village in particular, and for the rest, I'd just like to show you some photographs. So this is the Light Village. So in the Light Village, we made use of lanterns. Oh, within our lighthouse, as you know, because we're a lighthouse, there's a lantern that's inside. We tried to create a little ball that would work as much as a lantern. It's called an experience ball, and children can switch them on and off. The audiences can go off on their own adventure as if they are seafaring sea captains. So the Village of Light fairy will show up in a small animation video and try to explain this Village of Light and invite the audiences to go on an adventure with them, explaining the properties of light and the properties of lens and Fresnel lens in particular. And then they can make use of this experience ball. The fairy would guide them through the experience ball, and they can understand to see how the light would go. So because it's light oriented, the experience actually is offered in a dark room. And then they can try to look at the different scientific principles about the radiation of light, the irradiation of light, and the waves of light. And in preparing for this exhibit, I was very struck by the fact that to come up with the story, lighthouses are different. They're operating in the opposite way because lighthouses come to light at night, typically when we are asleep. So our days and nights are completely turned upside down in lighthouses. And we wanted to try to show this to children. With that, we try to come up with the principle of light, typically on how we can control the light through the light of the sun. And this is a device that we have created that the young audiences can experience and work with to understand the properties of light. When the experience ball is also incorporated into a photo wall. And I'm going to show you a picture of that. It's a photo wall where audiences can come and take pictures in front of. So this is a lantern in the first floor of our exhibition hall. So this is an actual light, a lantern that would light up a lighthouse. It's an actual functioning lantern, and children can make use of it, and they can turn it around and play with it. And you come upstairs to the second floor to the lighthouse science display, where children can see how the frontal lens work. The lights, as you can see, they shoot in direct lines, single lines outward. They can experiment with how frontal lenses work. And they can take out the ball here, the experience ball, and play with it, and later on they can put it back in this little hole, and that is the layout of the display. The second is the village of sound. Depending on the length of and the height of the pipes, people can experiment with how there are different changes to the sound. We can see that the experience is offered to many different people at once. And for the rest, because we are out of time, I'm just going to show you some photographs. We also showed there's an exhibit that has to do with autonomous navigation. It's a future technology. This is where bicycles can be operated to try to generate energy. And with that, you can try to turn on the light that you see on the top, the red and green light. On weekends, this is very popular with kids. And then this is a navigation simulator. Children can act as sea captains, to try to avoid different sea creatures and sea monsters, to try to look for treasure. You make use of different kinds of navigational devices, such as different coordinates or compasses or maps. We thought that maybe this is only a little bit too kid-oriented, but in fact, a lot of families, parents, older members, senior citizens, they really enjoyed this experience. We also have guides throughout the exhibits, so the guides help the audiences to make use of the experience well. And lastly, this is a tree where little drops of light are showered on. I showed you some examples from our exhibit at our museum. If you have any questions, please let me know later, or please email me at any time. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I think it was 1980 or 1989 when Peter Warhol published the New Museology, and that brought about a lot of changes in museums. And I think that comes down to a viewer-centric, kind of open and inclusive museum. And that led to open area, open space, routes for the audiences, and a kind of constructivist, hands-on and interactive experiences in the museums. And these cases are also integrated well in certain of these Korean museums. Thank you very much.
표입니다.
And now the last presentation of the day, we have with us Professor Cho Young-hoon of Gongju National University. His presentation is titled Study on Construction of Digital Archiving and Suggestion of Web-Based Platform for Online and Offline Exhibition Services of National Scientific Heritage. A big round of applause, please. I am the last presenter of the conference. Thank you for this honor. I have been given 10 minutes, but it can take 9 minutes or even 12 minutes. So yes, I am well aware. So I will try to keep within the time. So the National Scientific Heritage is an unfamiliar term, but when we take a look at collections, heritage is very important. And so I believe that National Scientific Heritage is a very important term. The study is ongoing. We are about 40 to 50% completed, but because of this opportunity, I would like to present what we are doing. I am working with the National Museum of Korea and also a software company called RM Soft. So we are talking about how digital archiving is ongoing, and we also want to talk about what is web-based platform and how are we going to have O2O exhibitions or online to offline exhibitions. National Scientific Heritage was a terminology that we are using to systematically register heritage for management of our heritage. And this started in 2019. So as you can see, national scientific heritages are usually exhibited physically, and there are also digital products such as film and video. So although there are physical and digital contents, we still need new digital contents, and we also have to think about accessibility to these contents. And that is why we are working on archiving and creating platform. This is the website that is introducing the National Scientist Heritage, and this is a website of the National Science Museum. So you can see a list of collections, and we have to think about how well these collections are managed. We also have to think about the quality of the metadata, who actually manages the archiving materials and solutions. And so these are some of the points that we need to improve on. And what is the most important is what we're going to display through National Science heritages. We have to think about what we are actually trying to present through this data. So our research is on national scientific heritage, and we are focusing on enhancing online and offline accessibility using digital archiving. And we also wish to enhance exhibition services such as the development of web-based platforms and also maps. So let me talk about just 3 types of national scientific heritage. First is the rain gauge, and we also have the Dongguk Paldo Jido, which is a map of 8 provinces, and we also have the Daedong Yeouido, which is one of our oldest maps. So what we do is we conduct 3D scanning to learn about the physical aspects. These rain gauges and devices, we have to think about whether the parts of this artifact is the rain gauge or just the pedestal. So we are very used to seeing these artifacts in 3D, but it's very difficult to know the components of this artifact. So here you can see that students are able to use the platform to interact with this artifact by separating the artifact into different components on the digital platform. We are using more than 10 different types of digital methods, and we are using what is actually behind the superficial surface. So first we take a look at color. the pictures on our web platform, it's very difficult to know what the actual colors are. And so that is why we have color reproduction technologies to show the actual color of the products. So we don't want to show them any color, but we want to make sure that we have a close replica, a digital replica, and we also have UV photography. So you can see that there are maps that show fluorescent responses. Only 3 of them showed these responses, which means that although there are 8 parts to this large map, 3 and 5 have been created with different methodologies that can be confirmed through UV photography. And we also use multi-spectrum imaging. And as you can see, by using this imaging technology, we are also able to see the underdrawing, and we are also able to see the areas that are contaminated using this type of imaging. And you can see that the waves go from 370 to 1100, and that actually means that there are underdrawings or contaminations, and that leads to various scientific factors related to this map. So if we go to ultra-red wavelength, then you can only see the underdrawing. So on the right side, we're using wavelength at 1100, and you can see only the underdrawing. The underdrawing will show the backdrop to the map, and then we can see what it looks like without the actual colors. So depending on the wavelength, you can see different aspects of the artifact, and this can be done on the online platform. This is the Taedong Yeojido, and we used multispectral imaging and various different methods. And here you can see microscopic pictures. Because the map was drawn on Korean traditional paper called hanji, we are able to zoom in and show the actual texture of the original paper. And on the right side, we can see the damaged parts of the map. So if you see the overall map, it's difficult to see which parts are damaged. And so by using digital imaging, we are able to separate the damaged parts so that they can be better maintained. Here you can see that even within multispectral imaging, we can use it to find damages, or we can find areas that have been drawn over. And so you can see that depending on the wavelength, we are able to see different parts of the map. And these are some scientific methodologies that we can use to service our digital users. So we have a vast database. And how are we going to use the database to provide services to our users? So we are working with scientific centers. And first, we need to come up with a metadata system. And based on the metadata system, then we need to take a look at prioritizing the metadata and what kind of services can be provided based on the metadata. And that actually is related to ontology. So this is our basic structure. In managing our collection, we have the management aspect, and we also have the aspect that provides public service domain. So professional area is divided into 2 different areas. And we also have scalability, because we continue to see expansions that are needed for our database and services, and that is why we need scalable systems. So here you can see that we have 2 different layers, the preservation layer and the service layer. The preservation layer is related to the management. And so CMS would be a part of the preservation layer. And then we have the service layer, which means that we're providing service to the public through this layer. So these are the services that we are providing through our web platform. Based on our web data, we have the ontology service. And in order to provide the ontology service, we need to come up with the different taxonomy. And second,
Based on the digital contents, we hope that it could be linked to physical exhibitions. And so here you can see we do 3D printing of our artifacts, and we also link this with our hologram services. So here you can see our hologram contents. And this is a mobile exhibition that will go to Cheongju at the end of this year. So using digital contents, we will be able to provide holograms in dioramas, and this system is a mobile service. And this is the interaction service. Here we look at dinosaur footprints, and for dinosaur footprints, it's very difficult to see the footprints on the left side picture, but if we use different digital technologies, we are able to see the different depth of the footprints. And I am using my mouse to interact with this image, and so by interacting with this image using your mouse, you are able to see different aspects of the collection. And if you wish to see more, people would then end up visiting the museum itself.
So I think I'm up for time. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. We would now like to invite our 4 presenters to join us on stage. So we have talked about the analyzation of scientific and technology collections, but as you can see, scientific analysis of our collections are very important. This actually calls for large budget and large expensive equipment, and so that is why the government and the role of national museums is important. We are quite behind schedule, so we will have a short discussion session.
우선 플로어에서 질문.
If there are any questions or comments from the floor, we'll take them now.
없으실까요?
None?
Thank you. I think my question is for everyone, but maybe one or two can answer. I'd like to know how you guys are interacting with each other to support each other's practice, because we know that it's very important for museums to have like peers and friends that we can trust in other institutions. So I'd like to ask you how you're interacting with each other.
한국에서의 박물관 협업 뭐 현황이라든가 방안에 대해서 어느 분이
So the question was on any systems or for collaboration or avenues for that currently among yourselves? Yes, I would like to respond. So I'm from the Lighthouse Museum. We are affiliated with the Ministry of Maritime, Oceans and Fisheries. So all of the relevant museums, so the maritime museums and etc., we do have a cooperative network. So we, for example, share visiting galleries, visiting exhibits, or maybe put on joint exhibitions or joint programs. So for example, for this year, we put on a joint campaign for ocean environment. This is where we facilitate visitors to pick up trash in the oceans, or when they bring in recyclable plastic caps or bottles, we exchange them for little souvenirs that we have created in the museum. And secondly, for all of the relevant museums under the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, we have our own education network as well. Last year, a relevant law was passed, and it is now in effect. Currently, about 8 different maritime-related museums, as well as other different maritime-related research organizations, come together to provide education, outreach. And in fact, this year we came up with some tools that people can use. Particularly, we came up with a coding bot. So children can make use of these coding bots to learn how to code and also learn about other maritime-related museums within our network. So that's something that we have, and going forward, we're going to have more of these various different kinds of cooperative activities. Yes, she has talked about the museums under the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, but if I could add, there are about 1,000 different museums across Korea. There's a museum association that also has a network. There's a network for private museums. There's also a network for university museums, and there are ICOM member institutions. We all have different networks that we work together in.
Next question. Well, at the National Aviation Museum of Korea, we work with other aviation museums. There's 2 in Korea, one in Seoul and one in Jeju Island. So when we restore aircrafts, we sometimes exchange exhibits, and so we have collaboration with the Jeju Aviation Museum. Let me also briefly discuss our collaboration efforts. What I presented as the last presentation of the day is a project that is linked with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and ICT, and the government is trying to come up with technologies to apply to all museums in Korea. So they actually have a budget for R&D to develop these technologies, and so they actually invest this budget into joint projects by the academia, the government, and also museums. And so we work together to develop technologies, and these technologies are then applied to museums. And these technologies are for-profit projects. We will go on to the next question or comment, if there are any.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask my question in English. What struck me in all your presentations was that you all relate to multisensory experiences, something that came up especially during the first presentations we had during this conference. So when you talk about digitizing paper, you also talk about the structure of the paper, the materiality of the paper. When you look at lighthouses, you don't just deal with the visual impact, but also the audio impact of lighthouses, the environment you are in. And of course, yesterday when we were at the National Aviation Museum, I mean, like I was struck how much multisensory experiences you offer to your visitors. I mean, that was truly exciting. And this is something, and this is more comment than a question, I'd like to pursue further in, pursued further in museums, because I think that is where we can really make a difference. I mean, moving beyond the intellectual and the visual and giving immersive experiences to our visitors that make them part of the environment and the history we want to present. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 이거는 코멘트로.
Well, that was a comment, I believe, and so we will accept the last question or comment if there are any, because we do have a wrap-up discussion session following this discussion session. So if there are any, we will accept just one question or comment. If not, we will go on to the plenary discussion session for day 3. I would like to try and summarize our session. During this session, we talked about accessibility, and having listened to the 4 presentations, it seems that we are targeting about 3 different groups. First, clients and visitors, accessibility for visitors, and second, accessibility for coworkers, and accessibility for stakeholders. At the National Aviation Museum and the Lighthouse Museum, they have focused on accessibility for visitors. Seongbuk Museum of Art focused on accessibility for coworkers, and the Digital Archive presentation was accessibility for all stakeholders. So that brings us to the end of this session.
I must thank you all for your participation and passion for the museums, and most of all, patience for delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sir. Okay, I'm gonna announcement of the delay for today. We will have only 10 minutes in less than, I hope, 10-minute plenary discussion. I mean, this is the last day of the conference, so probably people want to say whole conference comment, but please give us only short your comment, please. Gaba, thank you. Yeah, you can go over there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, hello everyone. Well, I've brown hair, brown ocean, because I believe in the importance of sustainability. But as you can see, these shoes are a bit too worn, overdue for a change. But I really love them. My name is Gábor Zsigmond, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Hungarian Museum of Science, Technology and Transport. I'm a board member of ICOM CIMUSET, ICOM Hungary, IATM, and the President of the Central European Association of Technical Museums. As I showed in my presentation yesterday, our museum is in a difficult situation. In Budapest, we are working on a project. We have to move our transport museum to another side, to the brownfield development zone of Budapest. This Rust Belt zone, this Rust Belt area with its old industrial heritage sites and buildings is really beautiful, authentic, and seems suitable for our ever-growing collection. But we have to face new challenges. This is the most disadvantaged district of our city. We had to answer the challenges we have met here. We've created new cooperations with local communities, with civic organizations, and we have launched new projects with homeless people, with large families, with more than 3 children, with single parent families, and with unemployed people. I do agree with Synod. We have to create our new programs, exhibitions, and spaces with these people, not just for these people. Personally, I've learned a lot here. In our project, we are committed to use the word accessibility in a broadened context in order to transform our museum into open museum, as Jacob emphasized in his presentation. And the disabled community is not a monolith, as we could learn from Synod's presentation today morning. We had insightful presentations about social accessibility, gender issues, principles, activities, approaches, new potential collaborations, recommendations. We had almost 60 presentations on these 3 days. These presentations made us think about new practices in an artist-driven museum, about a yellow tie, about a barrier-free certification system and practice, about core and case studies, about the idea of inclusive museum, that the inclusive museum concept includes diversifying not only the audience, but also the museum workforce. And of course, last but not least, about the importance and the key message and the key words of our new museum definition. Just remember some pictures and slides from today's presentations. I know we are all really tired a bit because these past 3 days have been full of interesting new information, new perspectives, a lot of case studies and data and inspiring idea. I know my brain is completely full. Well, I had a lot of things in my mind at night. And I had some jet lag, so I slept only 2 hours. And I realized we are in delay a bit, and we are before the General Assembly. So I'll be as concise as possible. Nevertheless, I want to share with you how how grateful I am for these insightful thoughts of all speakers and all presenters. And I want to say a big thank you for the professional organization, for the Korean colleagues. And yes. And of course, I want to say thank you for ICOM CIMUSET, because, yeah. Because I think this is the only one conference where we can focus specifically on science, technology, and transport museums. And on the other hand, this is the only one conference where we can meet colleagues from all over the world, and we can gather such a relevant knowledge for our professional work. It is a really good feeling to know that when we get home, we will have had a lot of food for thought. Thanks to these thought-provoking 3 days. And I'm sure we will be able to utilize a lot of stuff in the ICOM CIMUSET, in our museums, in our projects, in our exhibitions, and in our everyday work. I wish for all of us that we will be able to share all of these thoughts with our colleagues at home. This is our mission, I think. And last but not least, we have time, just 1 or 2 feedback. So if you have a very brief comment, a short reflection, a short feedback, please feel free to share. And if no, thank you.
Craig.
Oh, yeah.
I was mostly just laughing at, it's Craig. I was mostly just laughing at the short comment because I feel like it's really hard to be short. Look, I'm not a science and technology museum professional, but I have learnt so much over the last 3 days and been very inspired by the commitment to make change in museums that I imagine would be quite challenging to make change in because of the taxonomy of science and, you know, in the world we live in. You know, I'm privileged to work in a space where it's social and cultural is my focus. So, you know, congratulations to you all. It's been an amazing few days.
Thank you. Thank you. Mari, do you have some comment?
What does it mean that I'm a mod? Oh, sorry. Okay. Should I go? Should I come? Okay. My final comment.
Yeah, please.
I would like to go directly to the plenary session and join Gabor. No, I don't want to comment anything because everything has been said. We are tired. We are excited. We are touched. I don't want to say anything. I don't need any words. And right now, no, after. Yeah, I just want to say that we're going to have a 5-minute break after the plenary session, so you can go quickly to your rooms. I think that's important thing to say right now.
No, before that, I have something to tell.
Okay. I told you I don't want to say anything, but thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm really thankful for everybody's active participation from corporate paper through the CIMUSET award and the process of the whole conference events. It was really amazing and fantastic. I didn't expect this kind of a welcoming and whole friendly atmosphere. But I'm very sorry because our president is now in the schedule of the national audit. So he wanted to come here, but he cannot. So please understand this situation. But we are going to finish this conference today. But we still have 2 days field trip, and then we have still more time. But just to say goodbye and and see you in Austria in Wien next year. Okay, thank you very much. Just one more. Okay, just everybody. Okay, I already finished. Okay, this is just for the record. Okay, everybody wants to know about the field trip clearly. So I just prepared the presentation. Just 2 minutes. Okay? 이것 좀 보여주세요. 프레젠테이션 좀.